They're like this club. They're playing for it's been for a long time. You know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, he's Aussie.
so. Okay, so this is it. You'll see the players and everybody over here.
Okay. That's not Akash Palmer.
He just got out.
That's not Akash though, is it?
Yeah, it's Akash is going back.
Is it? It's bigger than Akash. Okay. Oh no, Akash was out before.
Ah, then they say somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave this phone here as well for
Yeah.
hotspot. What else do you need? I will check the feed on this.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Just trying to think where the wind's coming from. Wind's coming that way, isn't it?
So let me check it in here.
Wind from there.
Yeah.
If there's not favoring me or more, there's no. Huh? It would be brilliant for Shiva
Guys,
because
your microphone is already picking it up.
Test. Watch out. Are we live or? There we go. So welcome to the commentary on the Banks field today. We're joining the game slightly late, unfortunately, for some technical reasons, but we are in the middle of our last round robin game. These have been reduced to 5 overs a side to get the games in, and then we've got the qualifiers coming up later, which will be back up to 10 overs a team. So we've got the Prague Cricket Club versus USG Chemnitz currently in action. Chemnitz are bowling to Prague. Prague are currently 12 for 2 off about 1.4 overs, and we'll hopefully now cover the rest of this game through to a conclusion. So we've got Rajesh Nagaraja, who's currently bowling to Bhuvan Pawar. We've already had 2 wickets in this over. He's stumped the dangerous Akash Palmer and then followed up with bowling Achol first ball. But Bhuvan has survived the hat-trick ball, and hopefully we're now live and back up to date. So we've got Suraya Ren at the non-striker end, Bhuvan Pawar at the striker end. And we're just about to complete the power play. Power play is 2 overs in a 5 over game, so the field will be able to spread again. But PCC have not got the score I suppose they would have liked after the power play. So this is the first bowl of the non-power play. We've got Varun Suragavni. It's in right arm over. Swing and a miss from Suraya. Oh no, sorry, he's been bowled. My view, unfortunately, blocked by the batsman. So PCC down another wicket. So 12 for 3, 2.1 overs of this 5 over game. So. So Saraya's out for 3 with 5 balls faced in this 5 over slogfest. Just waiting on the new batsman to come out and join Bhuvan. Oh, this is interesting. It looks like we've got Ali Hassan coming out to bat. Ali, who is normally much better known for his prowess with the ball rather than the bat, so this could be a little bit of fun. I'm not convinced it is actually Ali, but I will go with what the scorers are telling me. Unfortunately, I'm at the far end of the field, so I can't quite see who went in before they put the helmet on, and as they're both wearing red helmets, difficult to tell, but looks the right build for Ali, so we'll see where this goes. So Prague 12 for 3. This is the second ball of the third over of 5. So bowlers are limited to 1, and so Varun comes in for his second ball, bowls right arm over, and that's stabbed down into the mid-wicket area, and there is no run. Well, he's wearing Ali's shirt, so I'm gonna be confident that this is Ali actually batting. So looking forward to seeing him swing the willow rather than swing the cricket ball as he normally does when he's opening the bowling for Prague. We've got a glorious day today, much better than yesterday, where unfortunately torrential rain washed out the whole day. So Varun comes in, right arm over, bowls outside off stump, swing and a miss from Ali through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So absolutely glorious day here today. Breeze coming off the right, as it always is, as you look at the pitch here on the Hugo Banks field. Pete Vincent looking resplendent as the umpire as always, as Varun starts his run up. So he runs in past the umpire, right arm over, well outside off stump, not called a wide, so another dot ball. Prague struggling to make any dent on the score in this shortened form of the game. Feel that Prague, who have lost all their matches so far, which is a much weakened Prague side, I must mention as well, with 8 players away currently in Finland representing the Czech national team, who had a splendid win over Switzerland yesterday, as Varun bowls right arm over, and that's just defended down by Ali, and there is no run. So the Czech national team beating Switzerland by 7 wickets in their final game of the ICC T10 qualifiers, Section B. Unfortunately, that meant that just a bit too little too late for the Czechs, and they won't be moving forward to the final later today. I didn't check the results, but it would be Austria, who the Czechs ironically beat in the CE Cup recently, as Varun comes in past the bowler, right arm over, outside off stump, and this is an inside edge Chinese cut to short the fine leg, and there is 1 run. So we've got 1 ball to come in this over. Let's see what Bhuvan can get some runs on the board. Otherwise it's been a very good over for Chemnitz, and Varun, who on the team sheet is not only known as Varun but is also known as Vroom. There were some definitely interesting nicknames on the Chemnitz team sheet. Oh, actually we've had a change of over, so we've got a new bowler. So Ali Hassan is back on strike. So he comes in right arm over, looks like a little bit of off spin, outside the off stump, coming back into the Ali Hassan, who swings and misses, and there is no run. Bowls again outside the off stump, hits a short cover, there's a little bit of a mix up, but Ali Hassan gets back into his ground, and there is no run. So we've got another set of 5 over games after this one, which will start around about 9:30, as Ali Hassan finds an attacking shot, drills it down to long off, and there is 1 run. So we've got another 5 over game which will complete the round robin, which will then allow us to set up the qualifiers. So the top 2 teams from each division, first, second, will play each other, then third and fourth will play each other, and then we'll have a series of finals as he's in and bowls right arm over the wicket, straight through, knocked over middle stump, stumps on the ground. Poor old Bhuvan, he's been watching the action from the other end. He finally gets the ball and he knows there's a scoreboard pressure, so he's gone for a big swing and he's had his stumps knocked over. So PCC lose their 4th wicket with only about 14 on the board. So yes, as I was saying, once we've got the semi-finals out the way, we'll have a 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th, a 3rd, 4th and a 1st, 2nd playoff final, which will hopefully be finishing around about 6:30 this evening. Just double checking the fixtures for you. So yes, we've got the 8:30 which we're playing now, and the 9:30 for the conclusion of the round robin, and then we've got 10:30 and 12:15 PM for the qualifiers, and then the 5th place playoff and the 3rd place playoff will take place at 2 PM, with the final taking place at 4 PM, and all those games will be 10 overs aside. So we've still got quite a lot of cricket to get through today. So we've got our new batsman in, who is the left-handed skipper, Laxmi Narayan. And he's taken one big swing and he has been stumped. So going from bad to worse for Prague at the moment. Seem to have lost the update on the scoreboard, but I think by my record that's now 14 for 5. With one ball to come in the 4th and penultimate over. So coming up next on this ground will be the Darjeeling team from the United Arab Emirates against the Berlin Cricket Academy from Germany. Winner takes all in that game, in that Berlin are currently 2nd on run rate to Darjeeling. Both teams have won one and lost one. So the winner of that game will be the one that qualifies for the semi-final at 12:15, which will be played on Scott Page Field against the winner of Group A, which I will double check for you, but the Bohemians are currently playing the Underdogs, which I think has a material output on the winner of that group. Yes, Bohemians are 2 from 2, so if they win, they will win that game, and then play the winner of the game against between Darjeeling and Berlin, that's coming up on this pitch next. Right, so we're all ready again. So this will be the last ball of the 4th over in this shortened 5-over game, and we've got another left-hander on strike. Unfortunately, the Quick Heroes app is not up to date or not updating, so I can't quite tell you who it is that's facing currently. But it's another big swing and a miss. It was a much slower tossed up ball to invite the batsman, and he has missed the opportunity. So the end of the 4th over, Prague around about 14 for 5. We've got 1 over to come, and then we will have a quick switch around, and Chemnitz will try and knock these runs off as quickly as they can, which I'm sure they will do within a couple of overs. But you know, this is cricket, anything can happen. Still no update on the score, so we got number 12 who's going to bowl right arm over. Looks like another spinner. Can't make out his name from here, unfortunately, but Ali Hassan is on strike. He scored 1 from about 4 or 5 balls at the moment, so desperately needs to get bat on ball and try and force some boundaries in this last over. So as he bowls right-handed, swing, and I think we have a maximo. Yes, 6 runs to Ali Hassan. He's swatted that off about middle and leg. He swivelled the hips and blasted it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. So great start to the final over for Prague. So they were 14 for 5. So that's 20 for 5 with 5 deliveries to come. So another 3 or 4 boundaries would be most welcome for Prague to try and give them something to bowl again, as he's in past the bowler right arm over, and it's Yorker length, dabbed out into the covers, and there is a single. So Ali Hassan starting to score some runs. I think that's put his strike rate over 100 now. So we've got the second ball to face. I can't quite tell you who the batter is, but he's left-handed. No changes to the bowler. He's still going to be over wicket. The field's just rotating round. Looks like a leggy. Looks like a leggy from the action. So we'll see how he comes in past the bowler. It's short pitched, driven into the ground, and it's just a single out to cover on the edge of the ring. So 8 off the first half of this over. So Prague giving themselves a chance, albeit a slim one at this stage, as he comes in past the bowler, right arm over, floated up. Big swing, and he has dropped his bat and got himself stumped. So that's the end of Ali Hassan. Okay, the score's back up, so that's Ali Hassan out off the fourth ball of the final over. So Chetan Patel is at this end. Maybe he'll get a chance to face another ball. So Ali Hassan departs for 9 off 11 balls with the 1-6. So we've got 2 balls left of the Prague innings. They're currently 21 for 6. And it's Deep Prakash, that's the Chemnitz skipper. He was causing a bit of aggro in the group chat yesterday, as is pumped down the ground to long off, and there is 1 run. So yeah, there was a bit of pushback from the teams yesterday. Obviously we lost a whole day to rain, to try and get all the games in and completed at a time when people can get away, and that we have time to break the ground down afterwards, which sometimes people don't appreciate the amount of effort that goes into hosting a cricket tournament like this. Hence why the qualifiers have been put back up to 10 overs, and we've had to lose the 7th, 8th playoff as well. So as he comes in and he bowls, and I think that's a thick outside edge straight through to the wicketkeeper's glove, and Chetan is out, and I believe that is the end of the innings. So I think just 23 the score, so Chemnitz will need 24 from 5 overs to confirm themselves as the group winners in Pool B.
I'm a batsman, do the best in the batting first.
So that's the end of the Prague innings. 23 for 7 off their 5 overs with a run rate of 4.6. Akash Palmer, Prague captain, 5 off 5. Suraya Ren, 3 off 5. Achal Pandya with a golden duck. Bhuvan also with a duck off 3 balls. Ali Hassan providing the bulk of the runs with 9 off 11, including 1-6. Laxmi another golden duck, and Chetan out off the last ball for 1, and Ajit not out 1 as well. There were 4 extras, 2 wides and 2 byes, and the bowling, obviously only one over per bowler. So Sangeet, the opener, the quick bowler, went for 10. Rajesh was the star of the show with a double wicket maiden, followed up by Varun Vrum Suragavni, 1 for 1 off his 1. Hardik Vorder, another 2 wickets but for 1 run. And then Prakash at the end with his 1 over for, again, 2 wickets for 9 runs. So all the wickets fell in clustered. We had 3 go down at 12, and then 2 at 14, and then 1 at 22, and 1 at 23 off the final ball. So we'll be back very, very shortly with the Chemnitz chase, which I suspect will not take very long. whoever wins our match qualifies for the semi-final.
Okay.
So it's a winner take all. Without Sava, without Sazin, without Rittik. Well, Rittik didn't really pay for much anyway. He only played one half the season with them. And that's 5-5. Have a look. There's no button. No, it's button.
Let me check if there is something, otherwise it's picking up everything that you're saying.
It's alright. I'm not saying anything controversial. Yet.
You're okay to commentate by yourself?
Yeah. No, it's fine. Obviously just need someone to do while I'm playing.
Yeah, we will ask Mark to finish his game. Then I guess Phil is also joining us at some point. So by the time we go to the knockout rounds, we will have two commentators.
Yeah. Again, I'll do any games I'm not playing.
Huh?
I'll do any games I'm not playing in.
Yeah, that's great. And I hope your team doesn't make it to the semis.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I would love to do it, just annoying Berlin and all the twattery that they were doing yesterday.
You're on the captain's group? Hey, you're playing Berlin today.
Plugged.
Morning, fellas.
Morning, gents.
Morning. It's the red outfit. Huh?
Yeah.
It's good we didn't play yesterday, otherwise it would be all bumpy.
This is what people don't understand. Yeah, unfortunately, like, it stopped raining yesterday afternoon. So people are like, why can't we play cricket? Because the ground is so wet, that's why.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
will
even
have
wet.
it incredibly bumpy.
It's even wet today. You know, it's dried out now, but you know, it's don't understand. Just always play cricket. Can't ruin the pitch. We've got our 40 over league starting next week. Right? Can't destroy pitches. Otherwise, they never let Prague have this tournament again next year.
It's always like that. If something happens, it's always peaceful.
Oh no, it's not. Yeah, exactly.
The weather gods haven't been kind to us every year. We have this tournament.
Yeah.
2 years ago we had the finals between Brisbane and Vienna washed out after the first inning.
Yeah.
Brisbane had like 130, 140 runs in 10. Second innings didn't even kick off. I mean, it kicked off like 2-3 overs and that's it. We needed at least 5 overs to call it a game. We had to share first.
Okay, so we're just about ready to get the Chemnitz chase up and running. So they need 24 off 5 overs, so just a little under 5 runs an over, 4.8 to be precise. So looks like we're all ready. I'm just waiting for the app to update so I can tell you what's going on. What I can tell you is it looks like Laxmi is going to open the bowling, so we've got 5 overs. We've got 2 overs of power play with just 2 outside the circle, so we've got what looks like a third man and a deep point. No, sorry, we've got a left-handed batsman, so we've got a fine leg and a deep square leg. 2 inside the circle on the leg side, 1 at mid-wicket, 1 back on at mid-on right at the back of the circle, as we have the first of many planes going overhead, being right at the end of Letnani Airport. And then we've got a mid-off cover, extra cover point, backward point, third man inside the circle on the offside, as there is a small delay as we wait for a boundary from the underdogs on Scott Page Field has encroached onto Hugo Banks as Laxmi begins his innings right arm around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. So he bowls, it's outside off stump on a Yorker length, it's dug out to mid-on, and there is 1 run. So we've got a left-right hand combination, so the field's all going to change around. It looks like it is going to be the same fielder to the right-hander with, yes, a deep fine leg, and it looks like the second outfielder, there isn't one at the moment, so Laxmi's decided to back himself as a bowler. No, square leg is dropping back now. So deep fine leg, deep square leg, and everyone else in the ring. 2 on the leg side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside. As Laxmi's in, past the bowler, right arm over. The batsman advances down, but smashes it straight to the fielder at short mid wicket, and there is no run. So we've got Gopinath Manoran was the left-hander who's 1 for 1, and Varun Vroom Soragavni, who is currently on strike to Laxmi at the moment. So Laxmi starts his run up. He's past the bowler. He's right arm over. It's right on middle stump. That's gone through short mid wicket. Possible chance of a catch, but it's chased down, and no, just trickles over the boundary for 4 runs. So the first boundary of the innings for Vroom, and possible half chance at mid wicket there. He's very, very close, so anything that comes to him is going to come to him hard, and unless it's straight at him, it's a very, very difficult chance. But nonetheless, the Chemnitz reply is up and running with them 5 off 3 balls, and bearing in mind they only need 5 and over, so well up with the rate at this stage. As Laxmi's in, bowls, and he's gone straight up in the air. This is hanging. I think it's going to fall safe. It's fallen behind the gully fielder, and there is 1 run. So 2 left in this over. Chemnitz have moved to 2-7 for no loss. And Gopinath Manoharan is back on strike, the left-hander. It would probably be remiss of me to say that I bowled him out in the corresponding fixture that I was playing against him. So come on, Laxmi, knock him over. So he's in past the bowler around the wicket, outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump, just about stayed on the cut strip, and that is a wide delivery. Not helping the PCC cause when they have so few runs to defend. We really need this to stay tight. Obviously we've got an over to come from Ali Hassan. That will be a tight over, I can guarantee. As Laxmi bowls are just about off stump, and it's tapped down into the covers, and they scamper through for a single. Pete just having a bellow to make sure that he's got an unimpeded view of the scorer. As we've got the last ball of Laxmi's over, which will be bowled to Varun. So we'll be back over the wicket. We've now got a long on instead of a deep fine leg, and that's gone straight up in the air. The keeper settles underneath it and takes a comfortable catch. So PCC strike with the final ball of the first over. So Laxmi will finish with figures of 1 for 8 off his 1 over, and that is the end of Varun And Chemnitz are 8 for 1 off 1, chasing another 16 runs from the 4 overs that we have remaining. So still very much the favourites to win this game and to top the group and qualify for the semi-finals later this afternoon. So if Chemnitz win this, then they will be in the game number 15 at 12:15 on Scott Page Field, playing the runners-up in Pool B, which, looking over to my right, the underdogs are giving a really good chase of 60. They're 30 off 2, so I'm not 100% sure, but I think if underdogs win that, then they will finish second in the group. And that means that they will be playing Chemnitz, but I will have to double check that against the points table. As Ali Hassan is ready to bowl, and we've got our new batter, who is at the non-striker end, which is Ananuth. As Hassan is into Gopinath, and it's edged past the keeper, who is standing up I would say third man, but he's very fine, and there is 1 run. So Gopinath, the leading run scorer, I think, for Chemnitz so far in the tournament, is I'd say the Berlin guy is just not listening to Pete Vincent, who is absolutely bellowing them. So there's no guarantee actually that I know the underdogs, if they win, will make it interesting, but their run rate's not good enough, so it'll be the winner of the next game between Vienna and Swice, which will decide who Chemnitz are playing, assuming that they come through this game, as Ali Hassan bowls an absolute beauty and squares up the new batsman, and there is no run. So it looks like, he's been dropped by Ali Hassan, and there's a bit of mix-up, and eventually he is sent back, and there is no run. So Ali Hassan playing in his first game and showing the class that he is as the normal opening bowler for Prague Cricket Club. Very useful bowler, was the highest wicket taker last year in the Pro 40 league, and took quite a few in the T20 as well. So he comes in now, past Pete Vincent, right arm over, bowls about just short of a length, and it is pumped down to long off, and it's taken on 1 bounce by Eshwar, who is fielding down here, and it's returned back in, and there is 1 run. So, as expected, extremely tight over here from Ali Hassan. Could have had a couple of wickets, has just picked up 1. So we've got 2 balls to come in this over. Chemnitz only advancing from 1 run, so 2 runs so far in this over for loss of 1 wicket. As Ali Hassan is in, he's past the bowler, he bowls a great length. That's very harsh, Mr. Vincent. It's obviously deemed to be just outside the reach of the left-handed batsman going across him, and wide is called. I have to say, I said it was very harsh, is that I don't have the best view. So Pete is one of our absolutely most reliable and trusted umpires, so I go with him every time. Hassan is in his bowls, back of a length again, cut down into the outfield and out to point, and that is 1 run. So Chemnitz have now moved to 12 with 1 ball of Ali's over to go. I'm getting absolutely bombarded by balls from the pitch next door, so underdogs are really living up to their name and giving Bohemians a run for their money, as Ali has bowled him. So Chemnitz lose another wicket off the last ball of the second over, 12 for 2, chasing just 24 to win. So we've got 12 runs needed from 3 overs, run rate of 4, but an outstanding alley over there from Ali Hassan Sitar, who has just gone for 3 runs and taken 2 wickets. Sorry, one wicket. Sorry, the other wicket came off the last ball of Laxmi's over, didn't it? So, yes, so just 4 runs for 1 wicket there. So really needed by PCC. The new batsman is Rajesh Nagaraj, but it'll be Gopinath on strike. And we are going to get Surya to bowl some of his loopy spin bowler. Very impressive has been Surya in the T20 competition, and you know, this is going to be an interesting contest. This is going to go one or two ways. Either the batsman's going to pick the length and be able to pump him down the ground, or he's going to bamboozle them, and there will be difficult getting the ball on the bat. So this is going to be the absolute crucial over. Surya's got the chance to put Prague in a really good position here, but at the same time, you know, it really depends on how quickly the batsmen pick up Surya's length, because he has that wonderful dip to the ball that just makes it very, very difficult to hit through the line unless you really know where it's going to come down. So here he goes. He's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Gopinath. He's in past Pete Vincent. It's looped up. And oh yes, see, that's an absolute excellent start from Surya. Massive hack across the line from Gopinath, and he's just inside edged that into his pad out to square leg, and there is 1 run. So Rajesh is also batting left-handed. It's Pete Vincent still screaming at the Berlin players to get away from the scorers. So really going down to the wire in the game. On the other game, we just lost the wicket in the last over by the looks of it, and just 9 runs needed by the Underdogs, but they lost a wicket as Surya is in, and he's had a wild swing at this, as pumped down to long on, and there is 1 run. So Surya's spin is really doing the trick. He's very difficult to hit. Very useful bowler, and you know, was part of the starring team for the Prague Cricket Club Rooks, who won Division 2 in the T20 and will now play in Division 1 next season. And then, unfortunately, that is an absolute mank half-tracker that has got exactly what it's deserved and disappeared over the mid-wicket boundary for 4 on 1 or 2 bounces. So this is always the trouble with some of these bowlers, is that they bowl some absolutely wonderful balls, but they will give you that boundary ball that you can put away, and that really is not what Prague CC needed at this time. Needed to keep it tight and keep the pressure on Chemnitz, but that's just been a bit of a loosener and bit of a pressure reliever. So Chemnitz are now around about 18 for 2 as Surya runs in. He tries to play a reverse paddle, reverse sweep, and it's gone straight through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So Chemnitz just requiring 4 runs now from just over 2 overs as Surya is in again and bowls short to leg side, and this is just paddled around the corner, and they walk a single, albeit if they'd hurried they could have got a 2, but with only 3 runs to win now from just over 2 overs, there's absolutely no hurry for Chemnitz. Their run rate's not going to come into play. They've won the group, they've won all 3 of their games, so they will be all but confirmed into the semi-final at 12:15 on Scott Page Field to play the winner of the Vienna versus the Swiss game, which is coming up on Scott Page Field next, as Surya's in, and he's driven it along the ground out to the cover, between the 30-yard circle and the boundary, and there is 1 run. So Chemnitz now moved within 2 to victory as Surya's over comes to an end. Useful over, other than that 1 boundary, unfortunately, that cost Prague, as Chemnitz now require 2 runs off 2 overs, so run rate of a grand old 1, and I think there was every chance that that's going to be over very quickly. So we don't know what's happening in the second game just yet. It's the toss has not been held. Oh, and we've got a great start to this over. Dot ball, Ajit Singh, another wily off spinner. So unfortunately he's not got many runs to play with, so let's see how long he can take this. Another one that likes to dip the ball in, so it's very, very difficult to read his length as he's in these bowls, and that's just a half volley on leg stump, which has been absolutely pumped for 6, and that is the end of the game. Chemnitz winning by 8 wickets, and they will go on to play in the semi-final at 12:15. The end of the tournament for Prague, which much respect to them, they pulled together a team at the very last minute because of some dropouts. So Chemnitz win by 8 wickets, 28 for 2. Gopinath 12 not out, Rajesh 8 not out, seeing them home. And coming up next, we've got the game between Darjeeling from the UAE and Berlin Cricket Academy, which will decide who joins Chemnitz in the semi-final and who will go into the 3rd place final instead. So I need to go and get ready for that game, and so someone else will be on the commentary for that, and we'll be back up and running very shortly. Thank you.
Do we get rain? Sorry. Do we get rain? Come into it. Yeah.
हो तो वो हो सकता है कबड्डी में 150 हो मुश्किल है 300
मेरे पास बॉलर ज़्यादा ओवर कर
ओके तो भाई मेरे बॉलर पे भरोसा तू तो खुद डालता नहीं मुझे तो खुद पे भरोसा नहीं है तो बोलता है पाओ
नहीं है यार आगे
तो क्या है भाई उसको ना अफगान जैसा दिलाया ना 6 बॉल में 5 बॉल मारे 2 बॉल मार देना भाई तो फिर गया वो
How much is the target? No.
Well,
batting.
this match hasn't started.
First batting who won? Green.
yellow
Chemnitz.
So
Yellow.
Yeah, they scored only 23.
We scored 23.
scored only.
I think they got one for 3 wickets.
yellow with base and now he is first batting dead so इसके सामने ऐसा ही होगा
तो Chemnitz ने chasing लिया ना 23.
वो नहीं समझेगा ना
उल्टे है ना उल्टे खोपड़ी के हैं उसको
वो क्या देखता है वो क्या देखता है
Okay, so we're still in the group stages of the PCC T10 Challenger Club Cup 2022. As yesterday was washed out, we got some 5-over games going on. And the second game here on the Banks Field is Berlin against Darjeeling. Berlin are fielding, so Darjeeling are batting. So the first game here was a relatively low scoring game, 9 or 10 wickets in the match, so there's been plenty in it for the bowlers, even though in a 5-over match you'd expect the batsmen to be whacking all the time. But the bowlers found some bounce and the spinners found some turn, and it wasn't really so easy for the batsmen in the first match here. Oh, Kyle, good to see you, mate.
क्लोज हुआ ना लास्ट ओवर में पता ना ये
So first ball for Berlin, slowish full toss, tap down back over the bowler for a single. Taking some time to sort the field out for the left-handed batsman. Second ball smeared down to long on for another single. So the power play in these 5-over matches just the first over. And that's hoiked down straight to the fielder at long off. It went through his hands, it seemed to bounce off his chest into his forehead. So, yep, the field is okay. And I think they took 2 runs, but I was too busy looking at the fielder. Fourth ball of the over. And that's carved over the head of cover, and it's trickled over the boundary down to extra cover, deep extra cover, 4 runs. Again, delay, problem with the batsman's pads. Quite extended delay for repairs to the batsman's pad there. Ball, nice line outside the off stump, beats the bat. So we've got a good drying breeze here, blowing from right to left across the pitch today. That one is again smeared out to long off to the fielder who dropped one earlier, but this time he ran in, judged it really nicely, took a comfortable catch. So first wicket down for Darjeeling. So success to end the over there. So Berlin's second over, it's going to be bowled by Mohan. Right arm over the wickets to the Darjeeling left-hander. So no longer in the power play. So Berlin have got 4 fielders outside the circle. Deep extra cover, deep long on, deep long off, and deep square leg. Ball down the leg side, called a wide. Second ball, again on a leg stump line, as heaved round to the fielder at deep square leg, and they take a single. For the right-handed batsman, got 3 deep on the leg side, square leg, cover, deep long off. Deep long on, deep point and deep long off on the offside.
एक बात सिंपल बोलो, उसके पास वो क्रिकेट अच्छा खेलता है पर क्रिकेटिंग नॉलेज है, पर वो हैं कौन देख के बोलता है
comes in, nice line outside the off stump, good crisp contact, but it's a relatively long boundary down there at long off, and the fielder takes his second catch and looked very comfortable underneath that one. After the one he dropped, he looks in good practice there. So the second wicket down for Darjeeling in the second over. 9 for 2. Coming into the new batsman. Nice line on off stump, well pitched up, stroked out into the covers, and the bowler couldn't collect the throw, there was only a single. Few changes for the left-handed batsman. It's just a beautiful day here at Vienna Cricket Ground, and it's most welcome after the complete washout that we had yesterday. Mohan comes in on middle and off, and that's really hit, clears long on easily, 6 runs to Berlin. Mohan to the left-hander, shorter, more on the off stump, goes off a thickish inside egg down to the deepish square leg fielder, and they take a single. That is another good drive, another good contact, but right out to the long off fielder, who takes, oh, I'm losing count, I think that's his third catch and 1 drop, but he's certainly getting a lot of practice, and Berlin keeping him busy out there. So more success for Mohan, more success for Berlin. And after 2 overs, 18 runs, 3 wickets down. Darjeeling in this 5-over group stage match in the Prague Cricket Club T10 Challenger Cup 2022. Again, this is a group stage match and been reduced to 5 overs a side due to the complete washout yesterday. the umpire is expressing some impatience with the slow rate of play. New bowler, right arm round the wicket to the left-hander, skied, down to deep square leg. The fielder made a good effort to catch it. They didn't quite get there, but then there was a complete mix-up for Berlin. The new batsman wanted to, the established batsman just wasn't interested, and the new batsman had to come back from nearly the bowler's end and got nowhere near as a good throw came in. So the 4th wicket down for Darjeeling. And they're going to have to rely on their batting depth if they're going to get a reasonable score in this 5-over match. So, ball coming in, right arm over to the right-hander. Full on the middle stump, and a very elegant looking drive out to wide long off, a single. Next ball clipped out, fielded by the long on, and they take an easy single. Good full length here, and all the batsman can do is edge it down to short third man for another single. Round the wicket to the left-hander, a cross bat straight back over the bowler's head, but not hit that hard, and it was easy for long on to come round, and another single. Was clipped firmly through square leg, and 4 runs. Frustration from the bowler, who'd had a good over up to then. So after 3 overs in this 5-over group stage match, Berlin have lost 4 wickets. Going along at 9 and over, 4 wickets down at 27 runs, 2 overs to go. It's very hard to know what a good score is. This match is certainly going to be higher scoring than the first match here on the Banks Field. New bowler comes into the left-handed Darjeeling batsman. Loops one up just inside the tram line on the offside. The batsman lets it go, hoping for a wide, but no, dot ball. And that was a long, slow, long hop down the leg side, but all that happened was it brushed the batsman's pad and was well collected by the keeper, and another dot ball. But pretty lucky to get away with that. There's no one behind square at all on the leg side. Third ball, cross batted out to long on for a single. New batsman gets a good length ball and middle stump, runs it out into the offside for another single. Oh, and that was full on the off stump and fiercely driven over long on, 6 runs all the way. So this left-handed batsman for Darjeeling is the one they're going to have to depend on, I think, to get a decent score here. But he's certainly been connecting well. Next ball is a better length outside the off stump, cross batted down to long on for a single. That's the end of the 4th over. .36 runs, and there were no wickets in that over. 1 over to go. Waiting for the ball from the other game to be collected off our pitch. So the first ball of the last over, the left-handed batsman, and there's an unpredicted behind square on the leg side. It was on the leg stump line, it's clipped down there, and they take an easy 2. So I can't second ball. Oh, charges down the wicket, has a wild heave but misses, and an easy stumping. But that was a good innings. He's the batsman that gave this Darjeeling innings some momentum. But he's out now, and there's only 4 balls to go with the score on 38. Third ball of the over. Slow fall on the middle stump, clipped by the new batsman to mid wicket on the 30-yard circle for an easy single. Three balls to go. Quicker, bit shorter on middle stump. That was heaved out to deep mid wicket. There was a good effort by the fielder there. Running in and diving forward, but he couldn't quite get to the ball, and they take 2 runs. 2 balls to go. Oh, and that's a watch out. That was coming, that's gone right over our tent. Skipped down the wicket, lovely clean swing of the bat, straight down, magnificent 6. I think that's been the best, cleanest hit of the innings there. And he tries something fancy with a switch hit, comes off his pads, and the batsman tried to take a single, but the wicketkeeper was alert, threw the ball to the bowler, and the batsman's run out at the bowler's end off the last ball of the innings. So I think Berlin could be reasonably happy. 40. Let's confirm their final score. 47 in their 5 overs. So that's certainly something to bowl at. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the Berlin reply to Darjeeling's 47 in this 5-over group stage match of the PCC T10 Challenger Cup 2022.
Oh, sorry, not this one, sorry. I will put it in the front for you. So this is the application. Go into it. Yeah, if it's not updating, just pull it down. So you will get an update. And if it locks, just try to taking my face, so it's unlocking, but when it doesn't. Do you want me to set up your face?
Make it be a bit longer before it locks, because it was like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So I was spending all my time. Which I do remember.
I have to go. Sorry.
That's okay.
Just go for it for now, then I will set it up for you.
So, about to make their reply to Darjeeling's 47 for 6 here on the Banks field. Looks like Darjeeling captain Chris Tebb is going to be opening the bowling. And facing is Shubham Patil. And at the other end for Berlin, Mohamed Alozai. So this is a 5-over match. The power play is just the first over, this over. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. And we've got long off and deep mid-wicket. Chris Tebb comes in, it's down the leg side off the pad, and no run. Tebb in again. Again on the leg stump line, Patil gets some bat on that one. Down to the fielder, 45 degrees on the circle, behind square on the leg side. And the first run for Berlin. Right-handed Alozai is on strike now. Bowls short on middle stump, pulled down behind square, goes through the fielder, and the fielder doesn't seem to have much of an arm, and they manage to run 3 to Alozai. Some discussion between the umpires there, I'm not sure what that's all about. Tebb comes in, fuller ball, almost Yorker length on middle stump, but Patil has no trouble driving it out to long off for a single. Bringing Alozai back on strike. Oh, that's a poor ball. I think that would have been a wide in any form of cricket outside the off stump. Tebb has to bowl that one again. Comes in. It's another wide outside the off stump. That was closer, but the umpire had no hesitation calling it. Tebb comes in again. That was a good length ball on middle stump and smeared over long on by Alozai for a big 6. So early honours in this innings is definitely to Berlin. No wickets down. And Already 13 runs off the over. Last ball. Another wide outside the off stump line, but just inside the tram lines that time, and that completes the over. So at the end of the first over of this 5-over match, Berlin are 13 without any loss, trying to take down Darjeeling's 47 runs in their 5 overs. So I didn't have access to the scorecard earlier, but just quickly running through the Darjeeling innings. Chris Tebb, 7 runs. Punjit Singh Rosha, 22 runs. Parminder Singh was a duck. Nathan Cartwright 1. Jason Eckersley run out for 0. Akash run out for 15. And Laxmi not out for a single. And the Berlin bowlers, Shiva Vakinai 1 wicket for 8 runs. Mohan 2 wickets for 10 runs. Sudesh no wickets, 9 runs. Mustafa no wickets, 9 runs. And Venkatesh 1 wicket for 11 runs each in their 1 over. First ball of the new over brings an appeal for LBW, but the umpire is not interested. So, left-handed Patil on strike. Left arm over the wicket to him. And the second ball of the over. A rather cross-batted shot. Out to the man at long on the 30-yard circle at mid-on, and an easy single. Oshie gets a ball down the leg side, comes off his pad, and they take a leg bye. Parminder Singh is the bowler. Bowling to Patil. That was on the middle stump, and that has been dispatched over square leg by Patil for 6. Got his leg out of the way, freed his arms, and had no trouble clearing the rope with that one. So Berlin are making a confident start here. .21 runs in the second over, chasing Darjeeling's 46. That was a short ball and middle stump with a lot of effort. Patel just managed to get it in the air just short of the man at 45 degrees behind leg, and they take a single. Last ball of the over. Singh to Alizai round the wicket. And that was a relatively poor ball. It was knee-high full toss on the leg stump, and Alizai just tapped it round for 4 runs down to deep backward square leg. No trouble at all. So 26 after 2 overs. needing 22 more runs to win in the other 3 overs of their innings. No wickets down. So if you wish to bet at the moment, you'd have to bet on Berlin. Stuart Matthewson is a new bowler. Left arm over to the left-handed Patil. And that was some spin, but a very gentle pace and a bit short. And that was smashed for 6. If I was not being so polite, I'd say that was a bit of a pie, a bit of a help yourself ball. And I don't think Matthewson can complain about what happened to it. Comes in again to Patil. Another very slow ball. Patil gets himself well outside off stump, carefully waits for it and hacks it round for 4 runs down to fine leg. No fielder anywhere near that. Very deliberate shot. So 10 off the first 2 balls of this over. Patil taking a liking to Matthewson. Third ball. He's a slow bowler, and it's a bit of a repeat of the second ball, except instead of going for 4, it's gone for 6. So Patil against Matthewson has gone 6 for 6. I think he has no trouble waiting for the slow balls. He's not getting overexcited. He has the calmness to wait, and he has then no trouble dispatching it when it arrives. Fourth ball, a bit quicker. It's a no ball. It pitched outside the cut strip. It actually came back in quite sharply, but the rule is that's a no ball. So it's a free hit. Matthewson comes in, slow, and on middle stump. And Patil's really into the routine now. And gets down on one knee, carts it. Over square leg. So I'm not sure Matthewson is going to look back on that over with the greatest fondness. It went 6 for 6, no ball, 6. Oh God, now I have to do mental arithmetic. 23 runs off 4 balls. That's an economy rate of 34. And Berlin have rather easily cantered to victory, chasing down the 48 they needed to run in 2.4 overs without losing a wicket. And the Shubham Patil, 32 runs of 12 balls, and well backed up by Puneet Singh Rosha with 22 runs of 14 balls. Oh, no, sorry. Hang on, I'm not looking at the scorecard. So, sorry. The Darjeeling scorecard. Shubman Patil 32 off 12 and Jan Mohammed Al-Azai 13 off 5. The Darjeeling bowlers, Chris Tebb 1 over for 13, Parminder Singh is over went for 12, and Stuart Matthewson's the 4 balls of his over went for 23 runs. So comprehensive victory for Berlin against Darjeeling here in the group stage of the Prague Cricket Club T10 Challenger Cup 2022.
Satya, great over this Satya, finish good here Satya, keep
bowling, lovely bowling, good energy here, boys. Come on, you underdogs, keep up here, boys. Come on. Lovely, great first over, Satya. Great first over, Satya. Underdog, keep the pressure up here, boys. Come on. No worries, Vicky. No worries, Vicky. Come back. Now come back here, Vicky. You can have. The 10 over game. Is it 10 over game? Come again, no worries, Vicky, come again. You're over this, Vicky. Keep coming, Vicknesh. Come on, boys. Keep walking, underdog. Harsha, keep coming. Harsha, no worries. Harsha, no worries.
Come on, hard luck, Harsha, no worries.
Harsha, no worries. Harsha, come back. One coming in the hand, Harsha. Great comeback, Harsha. Good stuff here, Harsha. Good intensity. I like this, Harsha. Keep coming, Harsha, boy. Come on, you underdogs. Come on, here, boys. Keep coming, Harsha. Lovely bowling this, Harsha. Yes. Feeling Rackles. Lovely bowling, Harsha. Great comeback this, Harsha. Keep coming. Bowling, Harsha, lovely bowling. Lovely bowling, Harsha. Enjoying this comeback here, Harsha. Bahut pyara. Keep coming, Harsha, boy. Good stuff here, underdogs. Keep the energy up here, boys. Come on.
One only.
Fielding here, Adi, boy. Fielding here, Adi. Lovely bowling, Harsha. Lovely comeback here, Harsha. Fantastic stuff here, Harsha. Keep coming. Come on here, boys. Come on here, Harsha. No worries this, Harsha. No worries this. Still a good over here, Harsha. Still a good over here. Keep coming, Harsha. Good finish this, Harsha, boy. Come on here, boys. Come on here, underdogs. Get behind him here, boys. Come on. Come on here, Harsha. Lovely fielding, Rackles. Great over.
Just have to start talking.
Good morning, everyone. It's a lovely day today for cricket. Continuing the tournament today, day 3, the final day. Rakshit bowling to Singh. It's a beautiful shot played on the offside covers, and that's a beautiful cover drive for 4 runs. Mr. Singh going well at 9 ball 20 runs. Rakshit to Singh, a bit wider on the off stump. No run there. Good fielding from Prague underdogs. A mix of Czech teams, local Czech teams here. Rakshit to Mr. Singh, and there goes big swing, just about crossing the 30-yard circle there for a single. Chris Tebby Boy is part of the PCC, playing for his ex-club, Dubai Darjeeling CC. So the big swing gully area there for a single. So 34 for 1, 3.4 overs, cruising with 10 and over, almost 9.2 for the runs an over.
What do you make of the Darjeeling CC, Rohit? Whom do you reckon as favourites for this game?
I must say, I was pleasantly surprised by the way they performed on the day one as well, winning against the Prague CC 11. And today as well, I think, oh, there goes a big blow, and that's a great catch from Venki. Chrissy Teb's boys innings ends here, and that was, yeah, 9 runs. He wanted to catch up to Mr. Singh, I believe, and
big white
nice
towards the cow corner, well taken by Venki.
Good. There's been the fielding has been good so far this morning. I think there were quite a few catches, good catches taken, both ends of the field. So good over from Rakshit. Yeah. So I mean, coming back to the subject, yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate they.
New batsman.
Yeah, unfortunate they couldn't win the previous game. They lost against a good side, Berlin. So, welcoming the new batsman in for Darjeeling is Mr. Jason.
And for the Czech underdogs, it's Murli coming into action. National team player Murli rips one through quicker.
A nice action, a lot of flight in his bowling. Bit short this time, and there is a chance for the square leg fielder, so that's well fielded, only for 1 run there.
Well cleaned up. It fell short of the fielder there. Good collection and return back to the bowler. Lovely action.
Murli to Jason, and Jason has punched it down to the cow area for a single. I think the run rate is still okay, but yeah.
Just dipping below 9.
Yeah.
And that should fix the run rate. A big hoik over cow corner for 6.
That's a maximo.
It's a maximo from Mr. Parminder.
Mr. Singh is doing quite well there. Brilliant shot in the cow. Perfect length for him to pick in the slot. Beautiful. Another one loosener from Mule. A bit of a shorter of a length, and I think the batsman picked very well. I think Mr. Singh is in good touch today.
Mr. Singh is cruising to his 50
yeah.
in no time, and we are only halfway through the game. Halfway through the innings, I would say, rather. And that's a drop for Czech underdogs.
That came right into the hands of the extra cover fielder. So there is a chance dropped.
How dangerous is this gonna be?
Nice shot. It might be a 4, and that's a 4. Well picked up ball from the off stump, dragging down to the almost deep square leg.
Well swept from outside off, and that's painful for the bowler. To drop a catch on the previous ball and then get hit for a boundary. That's tough to see. YouTube.
Rakshit coming on from the Chateau end. Bowling to Mr. Singh. Oh, that's a bit wider delivery, but good thinking, I believe. Wow, that's a straight drive. Beautiful shot played there. Good class. Really picked up well. Pouncing onto the ball, front foot. And there it's smacked above the bowler's head. So good going, looking really confident. Mr. Singh?
Mr. Singh, yes, he has hit 4 boundaries and 3 sixes so far in his innings of 42.
To Mr. Singh, wider.
That's a good length, that's a good line. Good length ball, slightly outside off, turning in, coming in towards the batsman, deceiving him, and well collected by the wicket keeper there.
That's good thinking, yes. Bowling, keeping it a bit outside off stump, and with 3 fielders there on the offside, right at the circle. There is an opportunity for them to grab a catch if you know it's been played towards the off stump. So the square leg has been now pushed out to deep at the boundary, and that was trying to play across and picking up a single there for Jason.
It's a good field on the offside, forcing the batsman to move across and drag the ball towards the leg. That's a very good delivery, deceiving the bowler. Good length there from Rakshit.
The leg. And no run there. So batsman is really looking to play more on the leg side, I would say. And there is a good shot and a catch. Beautiful catch right just in front of the line. Good take.
Very good
from
take.
Murli.
Very good take from Murli, ending the innings of Mr. Parminder, who was looking set to make his 50, falls 7 short.
Yeah, that was a key wicket, I believe.
It was a key wicket, yes.
For Darjeeling, and let's hope that the next batsman would be able to pick up the momentum that Singh has left the team in and score big. What do you think would be a power score, a good challenge for the underdogs on this pitch?
On this pitch, I would say 90 plus would be a tough chase, but looking at the momentum that the underdogs are riding on by defeating Bohemians in the previous game, you can never say. They'll chase it down. New batsman in for Darjeeling CC is Nathan.
Cartwright. Nathan is the skipper. Nudged on to the deep point by Jason.
Great start, Vicky. Great start, Vicky. Keep coming, Vicky. Come on, underdog.
Vignesh to bowl his second delivery to Nathan, and it's a wide.
Go worry, Vicky boy. No
It's a
worries.
freebie from Vignesh.
So the first ball that Nathan gets to face is a wide.
Come on, you boys. Get behind him. Come on, boys.
Bit shorter of a length, and as has been unsuccessfully driven to Skyer to the 30 yards on the cow.
Falls right short of the 30-yard circle.
Beautiful shot, that's a 6. Absolutely smacked into the cow area, and that's flown over Venki. So beautiful shot. I think they're switching gears now. getting to the 6th over, 7th over, and 6.1 overs, and yeah, I think they need at least one boundary to score if they want to reach 90 plus, the par score that I believe KU you have said. So that's a nice shot, beautifully smacked in between the covers and extra cover area. So beautiful shot, well picked. Batsman is Jason is really looking a bit settled now, having faced 6 balls, so this is 7th ball, so cruising in.
Jason is picking it up. He's going at a strike rate of more than 280.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. I think there are plenty of batsmen to come, and yeah, definitely this is what's taking some chance if it's a bad ball. That's a beautiful shot played from the off stump, so really dragging it to the leg side here from Jason.
At this rate, 90 will look very easy in no time. Well driven, just for a single though.
Extra cover area, yeah. Lovely weather today, Kayur. After a disastrous weather that hampered our schedule yesterday. So beautiful day of cricket, lovely, and that's a Skyer
Fielder settling under it and drops it.
It remembers me of the song "Oops, I Did It Again" from Britney. Perhaps it's yeah, it's. I think the fielder was under the ball on time, but yeah, it happens.
He spilled it. He had time to get underneath, but it went miles in the sky.
Yeah, probably it's the sun. So Venki is coming on to bowl the 8th over.
3 more to go, and a chance given to Jason, who's looking dangerous.
Absolutely, that was the right moment for the underdogs to take a crucial wicket. Who's more than 250 strike rate now. So that's unfortunate, but nevertheless, I think. Yeah, if a couple of wickets fall at this end, then yeah, they would be back in game, underdogs. But it looks like 90 is quite doable for me at this point of time. So nicely nudged on to the deep extra cover area for a single.
Good start there from Venki. Needs to keep this over low scoring to bring the underdogs back in the game. Let's see.
Oh,
it's a very
nice
good
ball.
Delivery.
Right in the block hole. Right in the block hole from Venki. Saw the charging batsman and just dropped it between the legs. And that's a Skyer.
Fielder getting underneath and drops it again.
That's an expensive drop again.
It's a second chance given to Jason.
Yeah, Jason should be buying a Euro Lotto lottery today.
If I were Jason, yes, I would buy a lottery straight after this game.
Nice shot at the covers. Fielder, 2 fielders there, and that's a single. So really, batsmen are really trying to target this cover area, mostly on the leg side, onside. Most of the shots being played, and that's a catch. There was a chance, deflection, yeah. So yeah, they're giving chances away, Darjeeling, but underdogs are not capitalizing on the chances given by the visitors from UAE.
Looking at the way the Darjeeling CC batsmen are trying to hit the ball more towards the leg side, maybe underdog team needs to reconsider their fielding positions.
Yeah. And I believe they are also, and that's a good shot again on the onside between the covers area. I think they're fancying their chances more after 2 easy drop catches, so I think they're just going in confidence and trying to take chances as much as they can. I believe that's a bit also psychological pressure they're putting on top of the fielding side. So yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them easy chances. They were quite high and into the sun, but you know, catches win you matches.
Absolutely, yeah.
So a pretty good over from Venki there. Could have had wickets for his effort.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, wasn't meant to be. 2 more overs to go. And
Yeah.
Darjeeling CC are cruising at 81 for 3, more than 10 runs per over. Let's see if they can ride this momentum all the way and make a 100+ score.
Bowling.
Good start from Harsha. Dot ball to begin with.
Drifting towards the leg, I think Harsha should keep it more on the off stump line and take off the pace, I believe, because you know pace and anything on the slot is just going to be smacked. So
Yeah, that's a good strategy. They are trying to pull everything towards the legs. Maybe try bowling a bit more wider outside off stump
yeah,
to keep the batsman working hard to get those runs on the leg side. Offside is anyways packed, so difficult to get singles on that side.
Harsha to Nathan, and that's been tapped to the mid-off region. Harsha has made a good start at this over. Singles so far, and that was right on the money, and there is a run-out chance. Wow,
Good fielding there.
good fielding and good let's say reflection. So far really good over. I think he brought back brought back the run rates, and that's missed the leg stump.
That's unlucky. That's missed everything. The stumps, the batsman, the wicket keeper, and the helmet behind the wicket keeper. The batsman take 2 runs.
2 byes. 2 byes. They could have been stumping as well, I believe, but since it missed everything. There was a
So would you
stumping
count that
chance
as one more
gone.
chance too, Jason?
I would say so, yeah, I would say so, and that's played nicely
And he punishes them with a boundary.
at the deep square leg area. So good over, I would say, good over so far.
9 coming off it.
Yeah,
Good over.
I would say if you keep in this format of the game anything below 10, you're a good bowler. I would say that was a successful over. As we say, anything about 90, 9 and over could have been a challenge. Could be a challenging score here, so puts the opposition under pressures. Jason and Nathan have built some partnership here,
Good start there from Satya.
and it's a good line, and that's exactly what he has done in the previous game they played this morning. Satya's first over has been really economical, and one of the most successful bowlers. Also, Satya plays for the national squad, and that's a beautiful ball off stump, and Eskaya.
Good move this, bringing in Satya to bowl the final over. We've seen Satya to be very economical in a T10 game. We've seen him play ECN in Spain, where he's bowled some magnificent spells to keep it tight. 2 balls in.
And a really good batsman as well. He's a perfect all-rounder, I would say. And that's another good ball for just a single in the 30 yards at the extra cover area. So really going well at the end, though I think as we predicted it's 90 plus, 92 for 3 at the moment for Darjeeling. So Darjeeling has really done well, I would say. The loss of 3 wickets, you know, they have batted well, very well throughout the season, and for me they were one of the probables for the semis. in this tournament.
It's
And
here.
that's a chance there. Easy
And-
catch dropped by Murli. So many catches have been dropped, and catches really win matches for you. So, yeah, it's been disappointing performance for underdogs, I would say. You know, well, ball set, yeah, so far, and that's just missed everything again. And that's unfortunate. 4 byes for the bowler, for the bowling team. So, yeah, really, I think it's not going their way. Underdogs are a bit under the pump now, and the score is cruising, and perhaps it might touch the 100 mark, which would be a real challenging score, I would say, for underdogs, though they have good ability to bat the depth. So, yeah, nudge for the single, and that's end of the innings. So I say 98 and 99 is the target for Prague Czech underdogs. A good score.
Good score, I would say. 98 on the board for Darjeeling CC, 99 to chase. Definitely underdogs would favor themselves to chase it down. But you never know. In a T10 game, a few wickets here and there or a good over from the batting side can change momentum completely.
Absolutely. Few key wickets at the early stage. You know, if 2 wickets fall in the power play, then yeah, it will add a lot of pressure on the side. But as I said, I think underdogs have got good depth in their batting. Unfortunately, Sid has injured his arm, so he hasn't batted in the previous game. Hopefully he's feeling better and he can come back. So they have Andrew, who has been good in the previous game. So we'll come back again after the innings break, and the play should resume in a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, I would say. So quick turn, and we'll be back with you. So Kayur and Rohit live from Banksfield.
On
Bye-bye.
day 3 of Prague T10 Challenger Cup. See you soon.
Bye. How's it going, mate? Okay. Where? Hyderabad, but I'm from Prague. We are organizing. Yeah, good. So, you're the Turkish team का नहीं है यहाँ पे. They are very decent. Germany में काफी. Cricket भी खेलते हैं, लेकिन I have some friends. होटल में यहाँ की TCL टीम जो थी उनको मिले थे, लेकिन कल क्रिकेट के मैचेस आने का जो अच्छा लगा. आपका यही रहता है? नहीं, आपका कभी क्या रहता है? कौन यहाँ पे? आप टूरिस्ट जगह है ना? हाँ, आया था मैं आपके पास आया. अच्छा, बाय कार. Wow, long drive, huh? ये ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम है, ये NSA, ये सब प्राइवेट क्लब है, इंटर क्लब है, लाइक ये जैसे वियना का है, तो जर्मनी से है, berlin और Chemnitz सिटी का और दुबई से
भाई कोई मैं इधर ही डालता हूँ मैं साफ चलता हूँ
देखिए आवाज़ तो नहीं आएगी नहीं आएगी
लोकल तो वहाँ में जितना मर्जी हो वो बैठ भी नहीं वो नहीं कल्चर नहीं है ना कल्चर नहीं होता पहले से नहीं देखा हुआ था अगर छोटा सीन नहीं आपने किया बाद जैसे 4 साल या 5 साल अंडर 14 अंडर 19 तक आके एकदम प्रोफेशनल अगर वो आएंगे ही 19 के बाद कॉलेज के बाद आएंगे तो बहुत लेट हो गया हम लोग तब से बॉल डैडी दिलाते हैं बैट स्ट्रीट क्रिकेट है ना वही बन गया टेबल टेनिस बहुत है यार ये रेड वाले कौन है मालूम है
बैठो ना वहाँ बैठो
Come on, yeah, Christian. Come on, yeah, Jeff.
यहाँ पे खड़ा हो तो वो तो नहीं है
यहाँ पे आ जाओ बिहाइंड द विकेट हो गया थोड़ा यहाँ पे आ जाओ
ये साइड आ
Session 2 resuming, the chase. Chris Tabb. And then driven on the offside by Satya. Chris has just recovered from his knee operation, so I believe he's doing quite well. He's been bowling, almost opening all the games, and that's a good ball, deceiving the batsman. There was not much pace.
Satya and Kashi opening for the underdogs.
Kashi had a nervous start, I would say. They're facing the first ball. 2 minds. Hasn't gone for the full Monty. Chris to Satya. And that was a big swing. Took the edge, I believe. And yeah, good start. 3 balls so far in the over. And two runs, so pretty good. Two singles and 1 dot in between. So good going so far. And that was a bit wider ball on the off stump. Good strategy there from Chris. Underdogs a bit under the pressure to they need to score 10 and over, and they really need to do well also against the good bowling here from Darjeeling. So far really good. Another dot ball, almost.
Swing there from Kashi, misses the ball.
A very experienced bowler playing the domestic league here with us in PCC. Chris has been quite instrumental. He's an official. For the domestic league, scoring, umpiring, available 24/7. I would say for Czech cricket. So great contribution so far.
And that's the end of the first over. What a good start in the power play by Darjeeling CC. Just 4 conceded in the first over by Chris. And underdogs really need to pick it up. Maybe target the next 2 overs of the power play if they want to chase down the total. The required run rate going above 10.5 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Every good over is gonna put a lot of pressure, and the run rate goes up. So the underdogs need to keep the score ticking. Every ball they need to look for runs.
And it's that man, Jason, to bowl the second over.
A bit fuller, and that's a great stop. That's good stop from Darjeeling. The extra cover, and yeah,
saves 2 runs for his team.
Yeah,
would have
absolutely.
been a definite boundary, but the effort that was put in there definitely saved 2 runs for the Darjeeling.
In the slot, played extra cover area, same almost similar area for a single for Satya. So Satya is trying to get a better alignment and trying to play a bit powerful shots, but not getting the right connection. So that's another good ball, I would say, for a single. Playing it close to the gully area. Jason has made a good start, second over in the innings, and that's drifting towards leg side, and that's gonna be called a wide.
It's the first extra from the Darjeeling CC. Takes the score of underdogs to a double digit without the loss of any wicket. At 1.3, it's 10 for no loss. And a powerful shot there from Satya, fetches him 4 runs on the leg side.
Really hit hard, really hit hard. There was a chance for the fielder. Shot mid-wicket, but I guess, yeah, powerfully driven over the fielder, and that's a 4. So Satya's getting into the form, and that's another shot.
It's hit straight, well fielded.
That's a great fielding from Venki. For a second, I thought he just missed the ball there. Over anticipation, but finally he made it.
Good recovery there. Good recovery to stop 3 more runs for the team, and it's
shot.
It's a good shot, but doesn't get him any runs. Well fielded there.
So Darjeeling fighting back and yeah, doing quite well so far. I would say another successful over for Darjeeling's point of view, because you know, the run rate is climbing up. Still needs 10.5 on over. 15 runs for after two overs, no loss. A cautious start, I would say, from underdogs.
11:50.
Chris step, second over to Satya, and that's driven straight. That's a straight drive and beautiful fielding from Venki. Venki looks in good form today. Has been doing quite well.
He's been doing very well in the domestic circuit, and he's been pulled into inside the 30-yard circle. Not sure if that is a good move when he's just saved 6 runs on the boundary in the last 2 balls.
Yeah, that's a strange call, but maybe it will work for him.
Maybe it's for this. It's skied up, and Venki takes the catch to end Kashi's innings. What a move.
Absolutely 100 points for Chris Stepp for that move. Really, we were really thinking that was not the right decision, but he proved us wrong.
Definitely, that's a good move, I would say. I can say that after the catch has been taken.
Absolutely, and Venki is doing a great job. I mean, the cricket has been played with a great spirit throughout the tournament. We have seen all the teams really disciplined, compliant, played in great sportsmanship. So also, I know there have been a couple of injuries, and people were not able to fill in full 11. So yeah, Venki here has been filling in for Darjeeling, and it's been doing great for Darjeeling. So he's stopped two boundaries and taken a beautiful catch, Eskaya. So great start again in the spell for Chris. To next ball to Murli, and nudged it over, a small tap, and it's a direct throw, but the batsman, I believe, has already made his ground.
It's a good fielding there from the fielder.
Yeah.
Good reaction, quick reaction, making the batsman rush to get to the striker's end. He makes it in, but keeps him on the toes.
Yeah. So run rate climbing up to almost 11 and over, so it's creeping up, adding more trouble. Oh, beautiful ball, straight on the money, playing across the line. Satya has been looking at that cow area to to hit a maximo, but unfortunately I think the pace and the simplicity of the bowling has deceived the batsman. So yeah, a key batsman gone down. Chris Tabb doing great for his team, taking a crucial wicket at his second over, end of his the spell. So great.
Both the opening batsmen in the dugout, courtesy of Chris Tabb. It was a good ball, slower one, but on the money. So the underdogs 17 for 2 in 2.4 overs so far, and the run rate has gone above 11. Let's see what they can conjure up to get this chase back on track. A new batsman coming in.
Andrew Keats for underdogs, and it's a good, decent batsman, and that's another beautiful ball outside off stump, deceiving the batsman, and I really think that Chris Tabb has read the game.
He's read the game, definitely.
Very well, and that's the experience calling. Yeah.
It's a well taken catch by the wicket keeper there. It's always difficult to grab a moving delivery, which took an edge from the batsman.
Yeah.
Very well taken. Yeah. That's the third one down for the underdogs. Chris Tabb bowling at an economy of less than 4 at the moment in the power play of a T10 game. I reckon he's going to be the difference between the two sides today.
As I said, I mean, Darjeeling has pleasantly surprised me, and really, despite the fact some of the key players couldn't make it to the tour, they've done quite well. I mean, the first game they have gone beyond 100 runs, 111 against Prague CC, and last couple of games they have really put up a competitive score, I would say. So they have the ability to bat, bowl, fielding, so it's all-round good team. Deserve to be in the semis, I would say, but unfortunately, yeah, they couldn't make it. So yeah, but they're fighting back. Yeah, the spirits are high. They still want to grab this 5th position in this game. Underdogs do have the depth in batting. I think they have the ability to come back. So that's a successful over, for a good spell for Chris Tabb. Doing good. I would say 2 overs for 3 wickets, 6 runs with an economy of 3 is absolutely amazing in this tournament format.
Absolutely. In a T10 game, if you bowl at an economy of 3 runs per over, you're winning the game for your team. New bowler coming in, new change. Steven is taking the ball.
Right arm off break.
The underdogs are going at a run rate below 6, and the asking rate is climbing steeply. Let's see what Murli and Rakshit can produce here. This underdogs team is not short of performers who can come out and bat, but the asking rate is quite high, so somebody needs to anchor this innings to take them home, and the winner of this game goes to play the 5th position, or contends for the 5th position game. So both these teams eyeing to get a win in this one. Down the leg, and nudges it for a single. Stopped right at the 30-yard circle for a single. And a steady start to the over.
Yeah.
There from Murli.
Steven to Rakshit, and that has been hammered down for a foul.
It was not a very good delivery to bowl to a batsman that's just come in. shortish down the leg, and Rakshit dispatches it for a boundary.
I'll call them lollies.
Yes, but the boundaries are what underdogs need at the moment. It's a good start from Rakshit. He's faced 2 balls and hit 1 boundary.
And Rakshit is a good batsman, very technical batsman, so he has the ability to score also on the offside and the onside. So really hoping that maybe Rakshit could get them out and look to score a few quick runs, and that was a good ball.
Good recovery. Good recovery from the bowler. 2 dot balls to follow. So eventually it's 5 runs out of the last 4 balls. That should do the trick for the Darjeeling CC, but underdogs need to pick it up.
That's a full toss.
And gobbled up by the keeper.
That was a beautiful catch, a bit of a fumble I believe, but he hanged on to the catch, and well done from the fielder. So great catching there. I think the fielding has been much better than the underdogs, where 3-4 catches went begging.
The 4th one down for the underdogs. It was in the air for a while. The fielder gets underneath, takes the catch, and in comes the man who cannot do anything wrong today, Venki, to bat for the underdogs. Let's see what he can do with the bat. He's shown what he can do with the ball in the field.
Beautiful weather today again. I mean, it's slightly breezier, but then it's not super hot, while there's a wildfire in Europe, especially Western Europe and mostly Spain, Portugal. We have had some trouble as well last week when the temperatures soar up to 35 degrees. So yeah, some forest fires, and oh, what a ball! Just beat the batsman there with the in-swinging delivery.
That was quick.
Cleaned him up there.
Quite a contrast to the previous delivery, which was a tossed up full toss, and this one was a ripper. It went straight through the batsman, gets the stumps, dislodges the bail, and that's golden duck for Venki. What a ball.
Great
quick
comeback.
And on the money.
Absolutely good ball, I think. Venki was on the back foot, I believe, and then with the pace, he couldn't close the gap between his bat and pad, and just the ball just crept in. Quick deliveries from Stephen.
Stephen is on a hat trick in his next over. He has 2 wickets in the last 2 deliveries. If he gets another over, he is a contender for a hat-trick.
Yeah, which hasn't happened so far. I believe that could be. There were a couple of chances in the previous game, but this could be the first hat-trick. So let's wait and watch when Samuel is back. For now, the new bowler. Darjeeling. Coming on, Steve with the Badger, and it's been smacked over the extra cover area for a juicy half tracker for a 4. Yeah, so that's a 4 runs scored off the first ball.
Good start of the over for the underdogs. Murli smacking it over the covers for a boundary. Not a good start from Stewart.
Steve with the Badger, they call him the Badger, and have been a great catch if the fielder would have taken at the deep square leg area, but yeah, that's another 4 back-to-back 2 boundaries, easing off a bit of a pressure. But I really think that underdogs need a lot to do from now on. They need to score at 12 and over, slightly above 12 and over. So
Start like this could definitely help them. For a second, the bowler and the fielder would have thought they were in business to get the wicket, but wasn't meant to be.
And that could be a catch. Oh, just through the hands of the extra cover area, and that's a 6. Oh, 4. That's a 4. Yeah. And that's been given 6, so a quick check, and that's a 6 maximo. So yeah, it's been quite an expensive start for Stephen the Badger Sturt. Sturt to Murli, and that's been nudged over the mid wicket, and that's a great chase from the fielder. I think yeah, Darjeeling is not giving up, and also they are quite being in a good position so far. Still, you know, fielding has been pretty good so far.
Good pressure put in there by the fielder to stop the batsman from taking a double. There was definitely a scope to take one. Floated in the air, but dragged onto the leg side just for a single, and that's a good return from the fielder. He's on fire.
Yeah, really charging the ball, and yeah, quite well. And the bowlers and the batsmen are keeping him busy quite, I believe. Yeah, ball seems to be, he's like a magnet. We need to call him magnet. Nudged it over. It's the dot ball. Dot ball is the golden ball. Was an expensive start, but yeah, Stephen the Badger Sturt has managed to yeah,
good comeback.
Good comeback.
Good comeback from Stewart, going for 14 in the first 3 and just 2 in the last 3. That's a good comeback.
Yeah. So would I expect the hat-trick bowler to come back, or is it not?
So we'll have to wait for a hat-trick opportunity at the moment.
We have to wait for the excitement. The hat-trick ball is hopefully coming later. But yeah, for now, we got another bowler. Carefully tapped, and the circle. Mugil Vishwanathan is our new bowler, number 18. Second ball, and that's missed the stumps by a centimeter. I think. Oh, looking for a second run, and then good throw from the fielder behind the stumps. So a good start. First 2 balls, a dot at a single and a dot. So going well, increasing the run rate. Required rate is creeping up again, close to 13 now. So becoming more and more difficult, having lost also 5 key wickets, and we're now at the low middle order. and then the tail will be exposed soon. So
Morley needs to do his magic today. He's going
Deep
well.
square.
9 balls, 19 runs so far for Morley. He needs to pick it up. He's going at a strike rate of more than 200. If underdogs are to chase this target down, he needs to pick it up. It's a very good delivery. The batsman tried to manufacture a shot, just gets a single there. Good over so far.
yeah, I think they
From the
are.
Darjeeling CC, 5 balls in, just 5 runs conceded so far. That's a very good over.
Oh,
And he's cleaned it up.
ball.
He's cleaned up Morley. The dangerous looking Morley has been cleaned up for 19. And that's 1 more down for the underdogs. 6 wickets down. At the end of 6 overs, the score is 43 for 6. And the required run rate for the underdogs now creeps up to 14 per over. Looking more and more difficult.
That's a big ask, I would say, at this stage of the game. With 4 overs remaining, they need really something big to come back.
And especially with the wickets down. 6 wickets down already, so now
Yeah, I think
bottom order is coming into play.
the
And
tail is being exposed now, so let's hope they can bring the team back to action. And I mean, all you need is 1 bad over from 1 big and a bad over from the Darjeeling, and they might get back in the game. But from how we see from the context of the game, it's difficult. So stirred the badger, and it's been smacked backward square, but that's just for 1 run. So well done, the fielding side. He's still busy. I think number 10 has been running around.
Shubham's been electric in the field today.
Yeah.
Anything on the leg side has to go through him first, and he's stopped most of it.
Good ball from
chase.
Badger. Another top delivery from Badger, totally deceiving the batsman, and I think they're finding it really difficult to play him because the ball doesn't come onto the bat, and you have to go get it. And the batsmen are really in 2 minds, I think, playing this bowling, and yeah. Oh, that's hit
gonna be
the
a no
edge
ball.
of the mat, so that's gonna be a no ball, and that's going to be a free hit, I believe.
Is this something that can change the momentum?
Well, let's see what strategy Badger has got. Hopefully, Todd is gonna keep it simple, and there we go. There.
It's a
Good delivery.
It's a very good
And
delivery.
that's really a good ball. A chance gone begging. No runs scored at the free hit, so I would say good comeback from Stuart the Badger.
Imagine had it been a clean bowled.
Oh, catch.
There's a
is
catching
there.
opportunity.
Oh, mate.
It's been dropped.
That's been dropped. And the cover's just at the 30 yards. There was a good chance there gone begging. So Badger has been really good in this over. Good comeback, I would say. And still, oh, that's square of the wicket, and that's a 4 runs. A bit of a loosener, I would say. The batsman had plenty of time to play that shot wide and right at the length to play at the square of the wicket. So that's 4 runs. So
Quite deceptive, this bowler. Quite deceptive for the batsman. It's unlucky he hasn't picked up a wicket so far. Last delivery, and it's been hit just for a single.
And
That ends Badger's spell. He concedes 25 of his 2 overs, the most expensive of the Darjeeling CC so far, but still the asking rate is now above 15. and looks like it is getting out of reach for the underdogs at the moment.
Yeah, underdog needs at least 3 boundaries and over to cover up for the asking rate. So looking a bit tough. And we have the bowler back, who has been keeping busy.
Shubham.
Mohammed is bowling. Mohammed has been kept busy. Sorry, it was not Shubham. Slight mistake in identification, but Mohammed has been quite busy at the deep square leg area and fantastic fielding, great throws. He's been brought into action now, bowling at the Chateau end, medium pace, right arm medium pace. Let's see what he can do. Keeping it simple on the onto the pads for a leg by. Good start, I would say. I think they really need to watch and what Chris has done, who has been quite successful so far, is keeping it on the off stump line and really asking the players to, asking them to be more, mature in playing their shots. Technically, the batsman has to be really good playing those balls. Good start again. Second ball, dot. Nudged it over, extra cover. Going to get only 1 run there. So great over so far. Three balls bowled so far and 2 runs. 1 dot in between. So Mohammed.
Darjeeling CC look ready to cruise into the 5th place playoff.
It's been nudged to the backward point area for a single. 1 run. It's a decent bowler. It could have come up also.
So do you reckon we're going to see the potential hat-trick bowler?
Oh yeah, I would love to see that chance being given. There is an opportunity for that bowler to come back and take the hat-trick, which would be amazing. Great bowling again, keeping it out simple, outside off stump. That's exactly what I think is going to be effective on these kind of pitches and these conditions. So keeping it out of the reach of the batsman, reading the mind, looking the stumps. Great over so far, and that's a chance. Thick edge, full toss.
Full toss gets
was it maximized?
Gets the top edge, but out of reach for the bowler to collect a cotton ball there. So that's the end of the 8th over. Underdogs at 57 for 6. The asking rate has gone up to 21, which is quite a lot. Not unheard of in a T10 competition, but with 6 wickets down, it looks like the game is right out of the grasp for the underdogs at the moment.
Yeah, I think at this stage, I believe it's too much of an ask, and yeah, the gap to target is pretty high. With 21 runs required and over, you have to have at least 5 fours and 1 single. Still doable, I would say, if we had Chris Gale visiting us in Prague, but unfortunately, I think we have the tail end of the underdogs now completely exposed and trying to do their best. I think, yeah, they need to stick around, at least finish off their 10 over quota to get closer to the target. But yeah, it's a big ask at this stage. Nudged over to the mid-wicket area for a single. This is the twin. This is the brother of Mr. Singh. Another Singh. Twin Singhs. Two Singhs in one team. When they play together, you win. And left arm drifting towards the leg side. It's a void. So Puneet Singh from the chateau, and that's a good shot. That's a good shot, and another good piece of fielding from Mohammed. Is really set up good standards here at this game. Really calm and composed. So another ball for going for single. Singles are not going to win any match for underdogs. They need to go big and long. Good bowling, but coming left arm, not much movement in the ball. I think, yeah, that was pitching outside leg stump for the right-hander. So I believe, yeah, not given out. Pete has been umpiring for us at the Czech Domestic League throughout this season, and is one of the most experienced umpires, a senior official here in Czech Republic. I really appreciate him coming and being part of this tournament. And on the other end, also really want to thank other officials, especially Pradeep KG, who's made himself available for this and been a valuable part of this tournament. And that's a simple, straight delivery from Mr. Singh. Singh has bowled it in the block hole, cross-batted shot. That's a wicket. Clean bowled.
Cleaned him up. It's the end of Aditya.
So, new batsman in for underdogs. Really getting...
Harsha is the new batsman in for the underdogs.
Now. I think it's a pity that one of the good batsmen, good players, hasn't been able to bat, and due to the injury on his shoulder. So yeah, could have been a game changer for this game, but unfortunately he hasn't come up yet to bat. And Singh is some interruption. So Singh is back on to bowl his next ball.
Last ball of the over.
A good shot at the cow area. Good fielding there from Singh to Singh. Singh to Singh, Singh. And yeah, the younger brother has successfully delivered a good economical over, I think, and the brother has come back, Paminda.
And
Puneet has just finished.
Puneet has taken the game out of underdogs hand completely now, because the asking rate has gone above 36 at the moment. So even 6 sixes, which we haven't seen so far in Prague T10 so far.
Singh brothers
yet will not do the trick for the underdogs at the moment.
So one younger brother gone, elder brother in, taking the charge here. Mr. Singh, the number 24, Paminda, coming around, and good ball to Harsha for just a single. Paminda, Sunny Singh, 9.
Funny how the moment Sunny comes in to bowl, the sun has disappeared.
Shaw's gone begging, but that's a good throw from the keeper. That's a direct hit on the stumps, and that's a wicket. Run out. And this is trouble, old trouble for underdogs. I think this is all over for underdogs. New batsman coming in for underdogs. Uday. We have Sunny at the other end to the new batsman Uday on the non-striker end. Vignesh facing Sunny. Mid on for a single. Putting in some attacking field for Sunny. Good ball. Not much pace in the bowling. Ball not coming onto the bat, not so easy to maneuver and hit legs. Yeah, the batsman has to be a bit inventive. Good ball from Sunny again. That's an edged. About third slip, I would say, or fourth slip, if there would have been a slip. So good bowling so far. Good line. Not offering too much to the batsman, Sunny, keeping it tight for his team. So
Last ball coming up. Let's see what Uday can do.
yeah,
Just
on the
a
leg
single,
and
or maybe not. And
oh,
it's a
that's
run
a
out.
run out shot. And Singh brothers again impactful. So this is the game over, yeah. Underdogs had too much to do at the end, and with the tail exposed, they couldn't go past 70. So unfortunately, it's the game over for underdogs. And congratulations to the Darjeeling. Good total on the board. Pressure, good bowling, good fielding, and that was a complete package and good performance overall. So overall, all in all, I think everybody has contributed and they have won the game.
It's right, Darjeeling CC move into the playoffs for the 5th position, winning by 32 runs, knocking the underdogs out for any contention, finishing the group stages. And that's it. So
we take a quick break and we'll wait for the playoffs to start, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments from now, live from Vienna Cricket Ground, Prague.
Signing off momentarily, this is Keyur and Rohit from Hugo Banks Field in Prague T10 Challenger Cup 2022. Thank you. Catch you in a bit.
Thank you. Cheers.
Test. So apologies for the delay, we just had to let the umpires and the scorer get a quick break and some lunch between the end of the last qualifier match between Darjeeling and the Underdogs, but we will be starting the semi-final number 2 between Chemnitz and... Sorry, excuse me. Chemnitz and Vienna's Army will be starting shortly on the Hugo Banks field. So the toss will be done shortly, and the game will be getting going in about 5-10 minutes. So we're just about 15-20 minutes behind schedule, unfortunately. No, more than that, half an hour behind schedule. Trying to pack a lot of cricket into day 3 here at the Prague T10 Challenger tournament, supported by Prague City Council. Obviously we lost a whole day to rain yesterday, so we've tried to maximise the cricket today, which means unfortunately it's a lot of back-to-back cricket that just unfortunately we've run into a few delays, but we'll be having some live action for you shortly on Hugo Banks Field. The other semi-final is already going on Scott Page Field, so Berlin Cricket Academy are batting against Bohemians from the Czech Republic, and Berlin going well, 24 off the first 2 overs for the loss of no wickets. So interesting game going on over there, but we will have some live cricket for you on Hugo Banks Field very shortly.
Game alone, I'll get some lunch.
Yeah, no, you can grab some lunch and I'll commentate and then I'll have some lunch afterwards.
Alright, see you in a bit.
Okay, so welcome to the second semi-final of the Prague T10 Challenger 2022, sponsored and supported by Prague City Council. So we have got USG Chemnitz from Germany up against Vienna from Austria. I'm not sure who has won the toss, but it does look like Vienna are batting, and Chemnitz will be in the field. So the fielding team are just making their way out now. Umpire Pete Vincent is in the middle and just waiting for the batters to come. So we'll be bowling from the Chateau end as we do on the Banks field, and we'll be kicked off shortly. So the winner of this match will play in the final at 4 PM later this afternoon against the winner of Bohemian versus Berlin Cricket Academy, which is going on Scott Page Field at the moment. Berlin are batting and currently 47 off 4 for loss of at least 1 wicket, so on track for a good score there. And then the losers will go into the 3rd, 4th place playoff, which we played after this game as well, whilst we also have the 3rd, 4th place playoff we played on Scott Page Field. And then there'll be a 5th, 6th place playoff played on the Banks field between Darjeeling and I think Swice CC of from Norway. That'll be immediately after this game, and then the final round about 4 o'clock, probably a little bit later because we're behind schedule on this pitch. Probably around about 4:30, 5 o'clock on Scott Page Field between the winners of the 2 semi-finals. So we look like we are just about ready to go. Number 333, which I think is Satish, will be opening the bowling for Chemnitz. I'll get some details on the batsman shortly as soon as the scorer updates the app, and I will then start to provide the commentary for you. So it's an absolutely glorious day here in Viennosh after the losing the full day's play yesterday to the rain. Unfortunately, the rain managed to hold off yesterday afternoon, but we had a lot of rain that started around about 1-2 o'clock in the morning because I was caught out in it while I was partying with the Darjeeling boys, and we lost today's play, but we've only managed to sacrifice 5 overs of cricket by reducing the final pool games to 5 overs this morning. So here we go. Satish is coming in, bowling right arm around the wicket. It's a left-handed batsman, so he bowls. It's full on his legs, and he's flicked this round the corner, and we're off and running with 4 runs to Vienna CC in the first ball of this second semi-final. So absolutely glorious day in Viennosh, perfect conditions for cricket, slight breeze off the right as you look at the screen, and play all 10 overs being bowled from the Chateau end. We're in the mandatory power play at the start of the innings, which is 3 overs where you can't have more than 2 fielders outside the circle. So we currently have a long on and a deep 3rd man as Satish comes in, bowls around the wicket. It's wide outside of off stump and called wide by umpire Vincent. So great start for Vienna, 5 off just 1 ball. So Chemnitz here is Group B champions. They won all their games against Berlin, Darjeeling and Prague CC. Satish is in, he's past the umpire, bowls right arm around the wicket in the channel, and it's just pushed as a late cut down to deep 3rd man, and there was 1 run. So Chemnitz here is group winners, having won all 3 of their group games, including a very close match against Berlin Academy, who are playing in the other semi-final, and they also managed to chase down the highest total in the group stages against Darjeeling, chasing 120 with 2 balls to spare. So we're now Satish is coming in right arm over the wicket past the umpire. He bowls short down leg side, just helped around the corner for 4 more through fine leg. So fantastic start so far from the Vienna batsmen. We're up to about 10 from only 3 legitimate deliveries. Vienna qualified as second in their group behind the Bohemians. So they only lost to the Bohemians but won 2 games. And then with the shock result this morning of the underdogs beating Bohemians in the 5-over slash, but the underdogs chasing down 60 as Satish bowls outside the off stump, and that is cut to the third man boundary where it's not fielded, and there's 4 more to Vienna. So an absolute flying start for these Vienna batsmen. So I was saying Vienna qualified as the second place team on net run rate behind Bohemians. So the 5-over slash, even though there was 60 runs scored in that game between Bohemians and the underdogs, not enough to affect the net run rate to allow Vienna to win their group, albeit Vienna did manage to see off Suisse in a quite tight match. As Satish runs in, he's past the bowler, bowls right arm over the wicket. It's a slower ball, full toss, and it's pushed out to long on, and there is 1 run. So it was a back of a hand slower ball there from Satish, but no real venom in it, and just ended up lobbing it up to the batsman who just chipped it down to long on. So the field changes for the left hand. Still a long on and a deep third man. As Satish starts his run up past the bowler, right arm around the wicket, full on a good length, and just we've got something interesting. No, I think we've got a very interesting case of home umpire-itis there. So he dug it straight down. It went behind the wicket to the keeper. He started off on a run, got sent back by his colleague, and then the keeper's throw was a direct hit. Must have been super close, but you know, home umpire's never going to give his mate, is he? So not out and no run. So Vienna openers survive thanks to his mate. Vienna batsmen batter survive on the basis of the home umpiring, but you know, unfortunately we can't have neutral officials the whole time. So you know, it's unfortunate, but that's just part of cricket. We've got to accept it. There will be a umpire from Chemnitz when they bat, so you know, they'll be able to give the benefit of doubt to their teammates as well. So Pete Vincent just having a word, you know, making sure everything's cool and calm and everyone's ready to go on. Look, guys, it's not going to change the decision. You know, just get on and play cricket. This is the problem these days. People formulate an opinion. It's just, we're here to play cricket. We're here to enjoy the game. We're not the IPL. We're not professionals. So you know, let's just get on and enjoy cricket. So an end of an eventful first over, and we've got number 7, which I think is Vroom. Yes, Varun Vroom at number 7 is going to come in to bowl the second over. So he started off now. He's coming in to bowl past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. It's short but straight, and it's just punched off the back foot to mid on, and there is 1 run. So that's Khyber getting off strike, and will now have Shafi, the right-hander, facing Vroom as he continues his over. So 18 without loss of 8 illegitimate deliveries so far. field, deep third man still, and deep mid wicket for Varun as he bowls down the leg side again, taken by the wicket keeper, and there is no additional run. So wides are key in a T10 competition. You know, you just can't afford not only to bowl the extra balls as a bowler, because it gives an opportunity for batsmen and batters to have a free hit, or at least another hit at the balls, but also they do rack up. And in tight games where, you know, 90 is a parish score, you know, wides can have a really material impact in the game. As Varun has passed the umpire, bowls right arm over the wicket. Very short ball. Short, I think this is going to be called wide on height, yes. He's getting his warning of one for the over, but I think that's a wide on height, albeit it was fairly outside the off stump as well. But Pete Vincent, one of our most experienced umpire, was very quick there to say that it was a wide and one for the over. So the next bouncer over shoulder height will be called a no ball if he bowls one, as Varun starts. He's past the umpire, bowls right arm around the wicket. It's a slower ball out the back of the hands, but it jumps over the stumps and it's to the keeper, and there is no run. So really, really good comeback after the bouncer that was called a wide, but desperately needs to get out of this over with no more boundaries. Otherwise, Vienna were definitely going to be the happiest side. So currently 20 off 1.3 overs. As Varun starts his run up, he's past the umpire, he bowls right arm over the wicket. This is on a length, and it has just been swiped through mid wicket. One bounce, 4 runs. So Shafi is up and running. That's 14 off just 6 deliveries for Shafi. So that's a great start in a T10 competition, as you can hear the music pumping out due to the wicket falling over in the first semi-final between Berlin and Bohemians. So another wicket picked up by Bohemians, but Berlin have made their way to 72 off 6 overs. So that's going to be an interesting run chase later. But back here on Hugo Banks Field, the ball is back in Varun's hands, and he is at the top of his run-up, ready to bowl to Shafi, who is so far off to a flyer. As Varun's in past the umpire, bowls right arm over the wicket, backs away, and all he's done is put this straight up in the air, but the fielder can't get underneath it, and they run through for a single. It was a wide ball, and he backed away, and so he just got a toe end that put it straight up in the air, rather than waiting for it and punching it through the point boundary, which was there. It was a good variation from Varun, though. You know, almost brought him a wicket and tricked the batsman enough to the batter to draw a false shot. So Khyber back on strike, so the field's rotated. Still third man and long on as the two fielders outside the 30-yard circle, as Varun comes in and bowls right arm around the wicket. This is a slower bowl, full right into Yorker length, just dips underneath the fielder running in from mid-wicket. They've gone for 2 runs and they are safe. So a scrambled 2 runs there to end the over. No, sorry, there's one to come. No, that was the end of the over. So 27 off the first 2 overs for Vienna. So really making use of the power play so far. Shafi's on 15, Khyber's on 7. Varun's bowled 1 over for 12, and Sangeeth, number 333, has bowled 1 over for 15. So we're going to see a change of bowling here. Sangeeth not going to come back for his second over during the power play. So we're going to get some spin now, I believe, in the power play. So let's see what the field does. We've still got long on, out on the boundary, and it looks like still a deep third man, which is an interesting field for a spinner. I wouldn't say that they were going to over sweep that hard, but no, sorry, it's just that's the 12th man. So we've got a deep mid wicket and a long on. Everyone else inside the circle. Mid off is really just on the line as far back as he can. Got a couple in close with the signals. Topping the singles, and as he bowls, and he's cut away to the third man boundary, and that's 4 runs. Vienna keeping the runs going. Chemnitz unable to stem the runs in this power play. So this is Rajesh Nagaraj. You saw him bowl really well in the 5-over game. He against Darjeeling, not against Darjeeling, against PCC. He finished with a double wicket maiden, would you believe, in a T10 game reduced to 5 overs per side. So double wicket maiden, that's quite impressive. And then he scored some runs in the run chase as well. So very useful player is our Rajesh, but his first ball has gone for 4 from Shafi, who's ticking along nicely on 19. So he's in, he bowls as a big wind-up swing, but ultimately it is just kind of pushed, cross-batted out to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and there is 1 run. So Raj is just very much an off-spin bowler, so he's turning the ball into the right-hander. So we'll see what happens now, whether he continues to turn the ball away from the left-hander, Khyber, who's on strike. And so far he's been playing second fiddle to Shafi, as unfortunately my beer goes everywhere and goes flying due to the wind. Just making sure it doesn't go electrically. Bowls around the wicket, very tidy into the wicketkeeper. Attempted late cut, wasn't anywhere near it, and there was no run. He's in again, bowls right arm around the wicket, down the pitch, and just pushes a forward defensive out into the point area, and there is 1 run. So that's all Khyber needs to do, is just get himself off strike and let Shafi take on the bowler, who's currently 20 from 9 deliveries. So 2 balls left to the power play, just the 1 boundary in the 3rd over, so good comeback from Rajesh to keep it down to a point as he bowls. Swing, wind up, this is out of here. 6 runs. Shafi continues his excellent batting form, and he powers that over deep mid-wicket onto the other oval for 6 runs. So that takes the score to 39 with 1 ball of the power play to come. A bit of soul searching coming in from Chemnitz already, albeit, that's not something you can really stop. It's a 50-yard boundary, so it's there to encourage players to take on. As Rajesh bowls again, and he again swings across the line, but it's a better length, shorter a length, bounces up, and it just goes to mid-wicket, and there is 1 run. So end of the power play, end of the 3rd over, and 40 on the board for Vienna. That's a really good start for them. I think Chemnitz would be happier to chase, to restrict them a little bit, but the field can spread now, see if we can stop those boundaries. So in the power play, Shafi was 27 off 11 deliveries with 4 fours and 1 6. Khyber 8 off 7 with 1 4, just making sure that Shafi gets as much of the strike as possible. And Rajesh 13 off that over to go with the 12 of Varun's and the 15 off of Sathish's first over. So end of the power play. Sahith ready, another off-break bowler coming on to bowl from the Chateau end. Field is spread now, so we've got a deep cover, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, and I think a deep third man. Everyone else is in the circle as he bowls, and that is just played down and picked up by the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So deep third man, deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Fine leg in the circle, square leg in the circle as he bowls. Swing inside out, which is just flown down to 3rd man, but he's deep out there. And after some faffing, it is just 1 run. So circa, square leg and fine leg, point and cover inside the circle. No, we're just getting a little bit of a change. So deep mid-wicket is coming in. And cover has come across. No, sorry, we've got the left-hander, haven't we? So they're just reorganising themselves. So same field again. Cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Fine leg, not 3rd man. Everyone else in the circle as he is in to bowl around the wicket and bowls Yorker length, dug out rather nicely by Khyber, and there is no run. So Sathi's ready. getting through this over quite quickly so far. No major damage. This is good for Chemnitz. Good comeback after the power play. He's passed the bowler right arm round the wicket, short, straight, and flicked off his pads through backward square leg for 4 runs, well wide of the fine leg fielder, and that's a very useful 4 for Khyber to start to add on to the score that Shafi is doing. So bit of a loosener there, for a loose ball there from Reddy. He's got to get back on it now as he comes around the wicket past the umpire. Bowls. It's full. No, too full. It's become a full toss. It's chipped out into the field, and they comfortably run 2. So became a full toss, which was chipped out towards long on and deep mid wicket, and they ran 2 comfortably. So Khyber now 14 off 10, Shafi 28 off 13 as he's in around the wicket. Full ball again, good length this is, good length, just driven straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. So gets out the over rather nicely. So that's Vienna 47 off 4 overs. Projected score at this point is just under 120, so that's a good score for T10. Anything over 90 is always fancy a good game, and over 90 it just puts a little bit more pressure onto the batting side, who need to be able to keep up the run rate. So Varun is back for his 2nd over, as he's in past the umpire, right arm over, full but down straight and down leg side, tickled round the corner and beats the fielder at short fine leg for 4 runs. So Khyber now is cashing in on some loose deliveries from the Chemnitz bowlers, and that's the 50 up for the team in just 25 deliveries, which is a pretty useful rate in T10 as the ball is back with Varun. Same sort of field, same outfield. He's in past the bowler, bowls right arm over. This is full, big swing outside off stump, straight through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Shafi has moved into the 30s of just 15 deliveries. The occasional wild swing, but otherwise has connected with things rather nicely. So a bit pressure on this one, needs to keep the momentum going. Another boundary would favour Vienna. If Chemnitz can get out of this over without a boundary conceded, then they've got to think they've got to be happy with it. As Varun is past the umpire and bowls right arm over. Very short, so short it was almost off the cut strip. Just about managed it, but still called wide by umpire Vincent. So that's 1 more to the Vienna total, and the ball will need to be re-bowled. So Varun at the top of the run-up, running in away from me, past the umpire, bowls right arm over. This is a fuller ball, but it becomes a full toss, which is just flicked off his pads straight to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and there is just 1 run. Might have been the slower ball, didn't really see it picked, but certainly it was slower through the air, so maybe he just took some off it from the arm. The field resets now for Khyber, the left-hander. You've got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover, and a 3rd man as Varun is bowling away from me, past the umpire, right arm round the wicket, down leg side, should be called wide, is called wide, but it was rather nicely collected by the keeper, so there is no further damage to the total. Very wide on the crease, bowling across the left-hander. If you're going to come around the wicket as a right-hander, you really need to make sure you're angling in on that off stump. You've got to use your natural angle as it goes away from the batsman. If you're just going to come wide on the crease, then for a lot of left-handers, they're very comfortable in that, and they're just going to score runs off you as he's past the umpire, right arm around the wicket. Again, slower ball attempted, drifting down the leg side, wide, no real danger to Vienna. Got to find a way to pitch it on around about a length, angling personally, as a right-handed bowler, never bowl around the wicket to a left-hander. You lose your advantage. Yes, there's going to be the occasional time when you're a bit straight, you might give away a wide in a limited over, but otherwise you give too much away. As he's past the bowler right arm round, angling into the stumps and into his legs, but that's just field. Oh, he's dropped that. He's dropped that for 4. Lucky he didn't drop it over the boundary, but dropped on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Fed into the scoring arc of the legs, but was just a gentle flick and carried all the way to the 50-yard boundary where it was put down there. So a let off there, and 4 runs to the total. So Khyber moves to 18 of 12 with his third 4. Some slight changes to the field, or just retrieving the ball. He's still got deep cover, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and third man as he bowls around the wicket, very wide on the crease, and that's just, I mean, that's a wide to a right-hander. So you've really got to question why he's coming so far around the wicket. I mean, I can understand if you want to bowl around the wicket as a right-handed bowler to a left-handed batsman, but if you're practically coming off the cut strip, you're making your angles all wrong. Really got to be much straighter past the umpire. You know, just let the natural angle in towards the off stump, maybe move away from the left-hander or into the left-hander, but don't give him the room, because either you bowl too straight, he'll flick you through the leg side, but if you give him any room, he'll just cut or drive you. So very, very difficult for a right-hander to a left-hander and vice versa, but at the moment the tactics are just all wrong. He's bowling far too wide on the crease. So he starts running away from me, past the umpire, right arm around the wicket, still wide on the crease, angling down. This will be another wide. Anything outside leg stump that goes past the batsman is going to be called wide. He's on a hiding to nothing at the moment by persisting with bowling from very wide of the crease. He's got to bowl straighter. So Chemnitz currently struggling to get out of this 5th over, but Vienna going along nicely at 60 with no loss. As Varun is around, that's a much better line to the left-hander. Oh, that's unlucky. That's a much better line to the left-hander. It's still called wide outside the off stump, but that's where you've got to bowl. You've got to make sure you're teasing them, make them play the shots, make them earn their runs. At the moment they're just feeding them a bit, and Khyber is getting away with this. He's striking 150. It's much shorter run up. Bowls straight. Missed out. Batsman's missed out there. That could have been another tickle round for at least a single to fine leg, but he's tried to slash the leather off of it, and all he's done is get hit, and it's rolled it into the offside, and there is no run. So Varun has really shortened his run up now, just needs to get out of this over as he comes in, bowls around the wicket, still very wide on the crease, full toss, in the end just chipped out to the mid-wicket fielder, and there is 1 run. So he's managed to get himself out of that over, which not a great over for Chemnitz. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wides in that over. Not what you need in a limited over game like T10, and the 1 boundary. So Vienna currently 63 without loss at the halfway point, going on about 12, 13 and over. Projected score is just around about 130. It'll be one of the highest scores we've seen this week. Despite some of the big hitting, we've really not seen some massive scores in the Prague T10 this week. Although this morning the 5 over game between Bohemians and the underdogs, which score over 120 runs, was pretty special. But Hardik is on to bowl now, right arm around the wicket to Shafi, who tries to sweep and just under edges it into the keeper, who runs around and tidies up. So great start for the 6th over from Chemnitz as Hardik is into the attack. His protection is out at deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off and cover. Everyone else inside the circle as he bowls outside the off stump, and that is cut to the man at backward point, and there is no run. Sorry, there was a single. They did manage to work the single there, so but useful to field. So the field is changing again, the leg side being protected, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off is staying out, as is deep cover, and we've got point and third man, fine leg and cover inside the circle. Apologies if you're getting a lot, we've got a mic with no protection with the wind, so hopefully it's not too bad for you, but as he bowls wide outside the off stump, and that is called wide by umpire Vincent. So maybe just struggling a little bit with the left right hand combination as Hardik comes in to bowl again, as there's a big wind up, and he didn't go through with the shot. I can't see the wicket broken. I think he might have just tipped it into the wicketkeeper's hands, and he is caught behind. So that would be the end of Shafi, 33 off 17 deliveries with 5 fours and 1 6. So he's given some good impetus to the start of the Vienna innings, but the new batter's got to come in, and hopefully they will carry on that momentum. But no, he was bowled, I believe. It certainly got down as bowled in the scorebook. I still can't see the wicket broken. I didn't see anyone repair it, so I still think that might have just been. It was a big wind up, and then he didn't go through the shot. So I do think that maybe he just tipped it into the wicketkeeper's hands. But we'll get confirmation on that later. Anyway, the new batsman is Abeid. It's coming into his team well placed, but you know, like a lot of things in T20, T10 and T20 cricket, you've got to keep the momentum going as the batting team. So not a lot of time for him to get his eye in or see it. You know, still needs to make sure he strikes the ball, try and rotate the strike if possible. Keep that strike rate over 100. But Chemnitz will be very happy to see the back of Shafi, who has been the primary scorer so far. So good start to this over, 1 for 2 from Hardik as he's in. He bowls right arm over the wicket. Big wind up, and then just a little poke out to the cover boundary, and there is 1 run. So Abeid straight off the mark. So the left-handed Khyber now on strike. Same leg side protection to the field. Just deep cover, deep long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg, cover, backward point and third man in the circle. He's tried to play a sweep. This has gone up, and just falls over the boundary for 6 runs. So Khyber able to keep going where Shafi continued. So yes, umpire Vincent has signalled that is a 6. It just got himself in all sorts of mess trying to get underneath that. I think he could have caught it over his shoulder, but very, very difficult chance, especially coming out of the sun. So 6 runs, and Vienna managing to get past that, lost that wicket with the boundary, which is good, albeit that if that had been a wicket, as he's in around the wicket, down the leg side, and this is past the wicketkeeper, and this is running away, so they should be able to run them up. They do, so 3 wides. That was bowled a bit flatter, a bit quicker, but straight down the leg side, gave the wicketkeeper absolutely no chance, and 3 wides the total. So fine margins in T10 cricket. You know, if that was caught, you got both openers back in the hutch. But now with that 6 and that 3 wides, the momentum's still going. So 75 for 1, last ball of the 6th. And it's bowled just outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, and it's punched to the deep cover fence, and there is just 1 run. So good finish to the over from Hardik. Got the crucial wicket of the opener, but also conceded a boundary and some wides. So overall probably slightly edging it for Vienna. So they are 76 for 1 off 6 overs. Khyber 27 not out, Abeid 1 not out from 1 delivery. So a couple of minutes behind is the call from the umpire. So if they are still behind at the start of the 9th over, then there will be penalty runs applied. normally just 5 penalty runs because it's very difficult to get 2 or 3 minutes, 2 or 3 overs behind in a T10. But you know, in a tight game, those 5 penalty runs could provide absolutely crucial. So right, we've got the returning. Oh, this is the skipper, Deep Prakash, who's brought himself on to bowl the 7th over. Another spinner. We'll see how he goes. Just sorting out his field. We've got to the left-hander, we've got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep point. Everyone else is inside the circle, and there's a deep cover. As he bowls straight, he tries to elevate this off his legs, and oh, that's a great effort by the fielder. He jumped and punched it out the air, but unfortunately his momentum and the ball had already taken him over the boundary, and it's 6 runs to the batting side. But that was very straight, on a length. The batsman just got inside the line and flicked it high in the air. Great effort from the fielder, but unfortunately even if he'd caught it, his momentum was taking him over the boundary. But great effort nonetheless. So start the over with a 6. That's a really good start for Vienna, as Prakash is in, he bowls right arm over the wicket. It's another half tracker, and this has got exactly what it deserves, being pumped over the deep mid-wicket fence for 6 runs. So 2 balls gone and 12 to the total. So a great start to the 7th over for Vienna. Chemnitz need to really drag this back, otherwise their game could get away from them here. Now they've got to have a strong batting lineup. They've already chased 120 once in this tournament, albeit I would say against a slightly weaker bowling attack. As he floats this one up, this has gone straight up in the air again, but he's backpedaling and it falls over the top of him, the advantage of a 50-yard boundary in T10, as we have our 3rd 6 of the over. So Khyber really making hay whilst with the Prakash's bowling. So the score has advanced to 94, and well, though dare I say it, we're on for a 6 sixes as he changes, comes around the wicket now, bowls and driven along the floor. Oh, disappointing from the batsman. Obviously he's got to play each ball as it takes, but just a single there for Khyber as he moves to 46 from 21 deliveries. So now it's Obaid's chance to have a look at Prakash as the bowler, and he comes in right arm over the wicket, floats it up, it's down the leg side, takes a step and has managed to beat the fielder at deep square leg, and that's 4 more to the total. Just stepped inside the line and paddled it around the corner to the deep square leg boundary. The fielder there is very square, and that went fine of the knee and just evaded his reach. So really not a great over this for Chemnitz. Vienna really making hay with this as he comes in to bowl right arm over the wicket, floated up, it's down the wicket, he's got right underneath this. The fielders are converging, but they won't get there as it falls just inside the circle, but they still managed to scramble 2 runs, and the wicketkeeper has done really well there to make sure that there's no further byes. So the end of the over, and the Vienna score has been taken over 100, 101 for 1 of 7 overs, but absolutely massive over for Vienna there, 25 runs coming off it, and Khyber just 1 shot now away from his half century, which if you'd asked me at the start of the game, I'd have put money on Shafi rather than Khyber, but Khyber stepped up after the departure of his opening partner, and he's been supported by Obaid with 1 boundary in his 3 balls to move to 7. So it looks like we're going to have the spin experiment continue with the return of, not sure if this is Hardik. I think Hardik to continue. So we'll be bowling to the left-handed Shafi round the wicket, same field. So he's in, he bowls around the wicket, it's on a good length, turning away from the batsman, so he just punches this out to the cover fielder, entertains a second, but good calling, and they just take a single. Yeah, Hardik continuing. So 1 run to Khyber, so Obaid now on strike. So Hardik comes in, bowls, no, false start. Comes in now, bowls, right arm over the wicket. Short of a length, and that has been pumped over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. It was a flat half volley, short of a length, no real turn. The batsman just flat batted it for 6 runs, and that has gone almost to the middle of the next pitch, where they have started the run chase, and Bohemians will need 109 to qualify for the final and play the winners of this game. As Hardik comes into bowl, right arm over, again half tracker, but this time misplaces a spin, and he edges it to third man, and they take a single. But this is all this is good from Abeid. He just needs to flash hard at the ball and pick up the singles, pick up the boundaries. It's the right way to play at this stage of the game. He's got a set batsman, 47 not out. He will play the right shots if you're just there to support and, you know, not eat up any balls. So either bat it over the boundary, or take your singles as he bowls around the wicket. Else an edge this time for the set batsman, but I think he's got this in the right place. No, oh no, there was some good calling in the end there. They thought about a second, but it wasn't on. So one more to Khyber, who is on to 48 from 24 deliveries, and one more to the score. So not a decent over in T10, but certainly a good over for Chemnitz, considering the last one went for 25, so the rest of Saxon back 12. So this is floated up, becomes a full toss, and disappears over the long on boundary for 6 runs, as Abeid frees his arm and just gets the ball out of the middle of the bat and flies over the field at long on. Didn't have a chance, was never in the game. So Abeid now moves to 20 off 6. This is proving to be a very, very good cameo from the number 3 batsman, as Hardik comes in and bowls right arm over, and this is another half tracker, but this time it's just punched this down to long on for a single, and that is the end of the over, with Vienna moving to 117, so 16 coming off that Hardik over, who finishes with figures of 2 overs 1 for 29, so an economy of just under 15, so not great, but not too bad in the game context. We'll see what happens when Chemnitz come out to bat and see how the Vienna bowling attack works. So Abeid is still on strike, pinching the strike without a single off the last ball, and we've got the captain to continue. Brave decision after his first over went for 25, and he starts with a wide, which they steal a single off for 2 wides. So not the best start really when you've given away 25 in your previous over, but nonetheless, change the field to the left-hander as he comes in around the wicket, floats it up outside the off stump, and he has just skewed that off the inside edge to square leg, where the keeper recovers, and it's just single. So his 50 will have to wait for his next at bat. Lots of screaming possibly behind me as Deepak bowls and gets it into the batsman, and there is no run. He's back at the top of a very short run up as he's past the bowler. He bowls right arm over, tries to float it up, but ends up being a good length. Batsman kind of just beat himself there and just drove it straight back to the bowler. So a really good recovery from Deepak as he's in again, bowls right arm over. Batsman frees his arms, but all he can do is skew it out to the deep mid-wicket boundary where there was a misfield, but they were taking an easy single. The fielding's been quite good so far from Chemnitz. They've made sure that anything out to the deep field has just been 1 run, and made the batsmen really work hard for their 2s. So Khyber's chance to move to his 50 with the, and he's just kind of floated this off the gloves or the edges past fine leg, and he's run his 2, and there's now been overthrows from the attack by the wicketkeeper, and there was probably more time. He didn't really run straight, but 3 runs to Khyber, and that completes his well-deserved first half century off 26 balls with 3 fours and 1 6. 3 fours and 4 sixes, sorry. And the partnership is worth 59 off 20, so Obaid's really managed to keep the scoring momentum going. Said that was really important. But well batted Khyber, that's your 52 off 26 deliveries. And also it was a no ball as well. So we've now got Obaid, he's got a free hit to finish the 9th. But she frees the arms, slaps it straight to the fielder. Great catch, unfortunately doesn't count. So, and now there's a mix-up, so there could still be a run-out. No. So Khyber was ball watching for some reason, don't know why. But so 1 single off that free hit was a really good catch in the deep. Unfortunately, doesn't count because it was a no ball the ball before, but saved the boundary nonetheless as Vienna moved to 127 for 1 from 9 overs. So 6 balls to come. Khyber not out 52, Obaid not out 23, and the final over. I wonder if we'll see Satish. Something going on in the middle, not quite sure what. I think it's a miscount from Pete. Yes, Rajesh is coming. It was Rajesh, not Deepak, I apologise. So he lolls his last ball of the 9th, and it's hit the pads, possibly bat involved as well. They run 1 and the umpire gives no signal, so there must have been bat involved. So now we have finished the 9th over with Khyber moving to 53 and Vienna on 127 for 1. So 6 balls left. I'll see if Satish comes back to bowl after opening, or whether they go with one of their slower bowlers. It looks like it's going to be... I think this is Deepak coming back, so the skipper has brought him back over as Premier Vase bowler. That's a brave decision. We'll see how this goes. We've got Khyber on strike, 53 not out. Projected score at 141, so 14 from the over. We'll see, that's what they've been going at the moment. As he comes in and bowls around the wicket, and it is skewed into the offside, and there is a single. That was a much better ball. It was darted in towards the batsman, but on a good length, and all he could do was kind of push at it and take the single. Sorry, Satish. Satish bowled a very good first over. Just 8 runs coming at it, which in the game scenario is absolutely invaluable. Could be the difference between winning and losing for Chemnitz. So 1 single off his first ball of his second spell. So he'll be looking for singles only in this game, and finishing with some very good figures if he can get out of here with just singles. So here he is. He comes in, he bowls past Pete, right arm over the wicket into the pitch. Big swing from Obaid. It's an onside edge, but there's a misfield, and they're going to try and take on the arm and never take a run on a misfield. There is run out well short of his ground on the second run, and so 1 run to the total and 1 wicket. So a new batsman will have to come out for the last 4 deliveries of this game. I think it's the last over. I think they had to go for it, but even with the misfield, it was just too close to the stumps. To the flow. The throw was never going to be anything but accurate, and the wicketkeeper took out the stumps. So probably can tell from the screaming behind me, but. Berlin have taken another wicket, so not the start to the chase that Bohemians wanted, as we have Hardik coming in and Khyber having a swing, but just pushing it out to long off. Satish there at long off, and there is just 1 run. So actually should have been Abyssine on strike, so I think it is, yes. Khyber's now back on strike for this ball, so that's all Abyssine's got to do, get bat on ball, make a run, let his set batsman have a go. So So Heath Reddy comes in around the wicket. Oh, that's a full toss which has been called a no ball. I think the batsman has edged this up into his face, so the fielders are just running on. We're just looking for the medic. I don't know where the medic is. Where's the medic? Here he's coming now. He's got his attention and he's just walking. So yeah, we just have a short delay here whilst the treatment is. I think he's top edged this into his own face. Unfortunately, that's never a nice thing because the ball always accelerates off the bat. So it was a loopy full toss, but I think the bat involved has possibly made this worse. Hopefully he's okay. The medic is broken up into a small trot now as he comes across. The batter's still on the ground. Hopefully he's okay. There was immediate concern from the Chemnitz players, which is, well, not good to see, but also great to see, to make sure that they thought the batter was okay. So the medic is with him now. So we've got some more screaming from the match over on Scott Page Field. Another Bohemian batsman walking back towards the pavilion, and the fact that I can see Shakib is in, and that means they've lost some of their bigger batsmen, so that's going to be very difficult chasing 110 with at least 2 or 3 of their better batsmen back in the hut. But there's some useful batting to come. It looks like, unfortunately, back in our game that the batter is being taken off the field, so we're going to need a new batter to face the free hit when it comes. I do hope Khyber is okay. 54 from 29 deliveries with 3 4s and 4 6s, batting at 186. He's done a really good job for his team. Never like to see someone get hurt, especially someone that's done so well for the first 9.5 overs. But fingers crossed that Khyber is okay, and we'll have a new batter coming out to face the 4th delivery of the innings, and as I said, it will be a free hit, as it was called a no ball for the height, but unfortunately the batsman then managed to top edge it back into his own face, and that's unfortunately possibly done some damage, whether that's a broken nose or hopefully not worse in terms of a broken eye socket. I'm hoping it's just a cut above the eye or something like that, and he's just a bit groggy and be back on his feet later potentially for the final. We'll see. But in the meantime, Abdul Rahman has come in to face the remaining balls of this innings. So we've got 3 balls left to come, and this first ball will be a free hit. So right-handed batsman, of course, because it's a change of batsman, they are allowed to change the field. But we've still got deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover with a cover point, 3rd man and fine leg inside the circle. As Reddy comes in and bowls, it's half tracker. He's miscued this straight to long off on the bounce for 1 run. Very difficult for a new batsman to come in after that's just happened, but he's got a bat on ball, that's all that matters. So now Abassine, who's also only faced 1 ball, so just not having the right batsman on strike at the end of the innings. Still 130 is a very good score. I think it could even be the highest score of the tournament so far. So Pete just confirming that there is 2 deliveries to come still. So Reddy is at the top of his mark, and we're just having some fun with the wickets. The wind is just starting to creep up here, and we do occasionally have the odd chance where the bails don't stay on the wickets here at Vienna, but It looks like it's some hasty repairs. And the square leg umpire is heading back out to his mark. And ready is ready to bowl right arm over the wicket to Abbasine. And so he bowls on a decent length. He has a big heave at this. Oh no, he's let it through his legs at long on. So what should have been an easy single for Chemnitz has been turned into 4 runs for Vienna. So this is really going to help them right at the end of the innings, having lost their set batsman, one to a dodgy-ish run out or decision to run, and one to injury. As Reddy bowls the final ball and bowls it down the leg side, the batter evades that, and because there is no contact, it is called wide. So 137 with 1 delivery to come. As Reddy is in, bowls over the wicket. Batsman tries to fake him out by coming in, and in the end just chips it to long on, and they run a suicide single and just pick up the 1 run from the last ball. So that would be 138 for Vienna. That's a really good total, I think the highest we've seen so far this week, which means that Chemnitz will need to chase down 139 in 10 overs, and we will be back for that run chase in 5 minutes or so. So the Vienna scorecard, Kaiba 54 off 29 deliveries with 3 4s and 4 6s, retired hurt. Shafi got the innings off to a good start, 33 off 17 with 5 4s and 1 6. Obaid come in, played his part, swung the long handle, 24 from 12 deliveries, 1 4 and 2 6 before he was run out. And then Abbasine and Abdul Rahman at the end. Abbasine 6 off 3 with 1 4 and Abdul Rahman 1 off 1. So 18 wides and 2 no balls, so no, that's definitely criminal in T10 to give that many extras away. So the total of 138 for 3. Bowling wise, Sanjeev opening up at the top, 15 off his over. Varun Soragavni, 2 overs for 28. Rajesh normally steadily had a good first over but went for 23 on his 2. Sathith probably the pick of the bowlers with just 18 off his 2 overs. Hardik the only one to pick up a wicket, 1 for 29 off his 2, and the captain Deep Prakash going for 25 from his solitary over. So 139 for Chemnitz to win this match and qualify for the final later this afternoon, with the loser going into the 3rd and 4th place final after this game. And I will be back with you very, very shortly for the run chase. So welcome back to the second semi-final. We're just getting ready for the second innings. So Chemnitz will need to score 139 from their 10 overs to beat Vienna and make it through to the final. Vienna obviously need to restrict them to less than that. Chemnitz have yet to lose a game, so this is going to test those credibilities. Two batters in the middle, and we've got an umpire just checking the stumps at the far end before walking back to his mark. Just here at the chateau end on the Banks field, the opening bowler is marking out his run. Just an update, so in the other semi-final, Bohemians, who are chasing 109, are currently 40 for 5 in the 5th, so they've lost most of their decent batsmen, but still 69 for 32. Well, it's an outside chance, but I would suggest that Berlin are going to sew up the first final place, not too distant time, and we are just about ready to start this second innings and Chemnitz chase. We've got left-hand batter on strike, and we've got a fine leg and a third man to him. It's an interesting field. Normally wouldn't necessarily have two out in this field. The ball's always going to come down the ground, albeit it's hitting into the wind. So we are in position, ready to play. As he comes in, bowls past the umpire, right arm over, short down leg side, gathered by the wicket keeper eventually, and we start the innings with a wide. So we've got Gopinath Menaranan, scored a lot of runs so far in this tournament, on strike for Chemnitz, and Sangeeth at the other end. Shafi opening the bowling and the batting. So obviously feeling in good nick, but opening with a wide as he's past bowler by umpire, right arm wicket, again down the leg side to the left-hander. Not a bad ball to a right-hander, but unfortunately you've got a left-hander on the strike, so you need to push your line across the left-hander, otherwise you're going to keep giving wides away. Now he's changed his switch side, he's going to become right arm around the wicket. And there's no change. In fact, it's made it worse because the cricket keeper is now unsighted by the batsman, and so not only is it wide, but it's also an additional one, so 2 runs to the score. So 4 to the score already, and not a legitimate ball bowled, so not the start that Vienna would be hoping for. Chemnitz, of course, would prefer boundaries, but you've got to take what's given to you. So comes in past the bowler. No, batsman steps away right at the last minute. Not quite sure what he was, what he's signalling about there. I don't think the fielder moved. I think he's just been a pretentious opening batsman. So he bowls now, and he's bowled him, and that's what you get for being a pretentious batsman. So. Golden duck for Sangeeth there as he heads back to the pavilion. So golden duck for him there. Not the ideal start. Vienna cock a hoop, understandably. So Chemnitz, amazingly 4 for 1 off 1 ball. So an interesting opening to this innings. So it looks like the new batsman is Varun Vroom Soraganvi. You actually see in a lot of these teams, both the bowlers and the batters are also the batters, but as he comes in, Shafi bowls over the wicket, short, and it's cut up and over for 4 runs to the third man boundary. Good shot from the batsman, just using the width, getting underneath it and making use of the short boundaries as he plunders 4 runs from his first ball. So he's in, past the umpire, right arm over, slightly down the leg side, big shout, never going to be given as it's tickled around to fine leg. Leg by signalled, 1 more to the total. In round the wicket to left-hander. Wicketkeeper ably backed up by his fielder there to stop any additional runs, but still the wide. Again, right-hander coming too wide on the crease. Let's see if they learnt anything from the Chemnitz bowling innings. Got to get close to the stumps and bowl it off stump for the left-hander if you're coming round the wicket as a right-hander. So as he starts moving away from me, past the umpire, right arm around the wicket, slinging action straight into the pads, but there's no chance with the angle that that's going to end up going to be given anything but leg byes. You'll see on the stream now my napkins from my lunch just making their way across the pitch as he comes in and bowls right arm around the wicket, fires in, and it's gone straight to the point fielder, but they take a single. Thank you very much. Right, just a bit of fun and games with the batsman. I think over was called. And the keeper disrupted the stumps. We seem to have a neutral as well. KO's out there, so maybe we do have a neutral umpire for this one, but just a square leg. But let's see what's happening. But I think nothing doing as we finish the first over. So like the first over of the game, very, very eventful, but finishing with Chemnitz 13 for 1 off that over. No, I think we've still actually got 1 ball to come. It's been that eventful as an over, almost as it was for the first over of this game. So we've got 1 ball to come. So Shafi's at the top of his mark. He'll be bowling around the wicket. To Gopinath. And he's in, bowls, good length, but swung away and reaches the mid-wicket boundary. So a good shot from the batsman there, taking the ball off the length, outside off stump, and fetching it to the mid-wicket boundary all along the ground. Good cricket shot, 4 to finish the over. So great opening over from Chemnitz. They probably wouldn't have liked the wicket down, but 16 off it when they require around 14 and over is a really, really good start in the power play. So we're ready for the second over, number 001. Not quite sure why he can't just have number 1 on the back of his shirt. But he comes into bowl past the umpire, right arm over. Just short of a length, and the batsman just uppercuts that over the infield for 4 more runs. So Abdul's first ball dispatched to the boundary by Varun. So Chemnitz off to an absolute flyer, making use of the fielding restrictions as they attempt this chase of 139 to win this game. So Abdul in, right arm over. Good length, good line, just pushed out into the covers for a single. So Abdul is going to continue right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. His protection's at deep square leg and at third man. And he's gone short, and it's gone over the deep mid-wicket into the construction material that's been used for the construction of the golf course next ball for 6 runs. It's all well and good having a deep mid-wicket, but you can't bowl short to good batsmen on these pitches that will just flick you off their hips for 6 runs, and that's what's happened. So absolute flyer for Chemnitz here. They must be really confident of chasing down these runs. Vienna have got a lot of work to pull this back. It looks like we've got an ambulance, which unfortunately I think that is for our friend Khyber from the first innings, so hopefully he's not too bad, but Czech medical services are on site, and hopefully it's nothing but just precautionary. So Abdul is in, right arm over the wicket. Short again, hoiked. Good shot, just 1 bounce for 4 this time, but can't feed a left-hander. Can't feed a left-hander on his pads. He's just going to get hit. Got to get it fuller and further outside off if you're going to bowl a left-hander there. So slight change the field. Third man's now up inside the circle, and we've got both deep square leg and deep mid wicket. He's in bowls, right arm over the wicket. Short again. This time he manages to square the batsman up, and he just chips it into the gully region, and there is 1 run. Abdul at the top of his mark, runs away from me, past the umpire, right arm over, short again, dug in, this time top edge, and the keeper made really good ground to try and make that, but didn't quite manage to get underneath the ball, and they take 1 run. Obviously Vienna deciding that the short ball, or the short quick ball, is the tactic. But unfortunately not quite coming to fruition at this stage. But at the end of the second over, looks like I can fortunately see Khyber being helped into the ambulance, so hope he's well and that this is just precautionary to make sure he's all right. and we wish him a speedy recovery. So, 33 off the first 2 overs, a great start to the run chase for Chemnitz, but you know, they need to keep going at the same rate to make sure that there's no issues later in the run chase. As we start our third over, he bowls right arm around the wicket. Slightly slower delivery, not called wide. It's a great start to the new over. It's a change of bowling. It's not the opener. It's not Ash. Oh, this is Ashak. So the opener's off. Shafi, and Ashak is on as he runs away from me past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. Again, slightly loopy. Just making a little bit of dip as it comes in, and another swing and a miss from the batsman. So that's 2 dot balls to start the third over. Really, really good comeback so far for Vienna, and the decibel levels accordingly jump up. So Ashak is in. Another great delivery. Big shout from behind the stumps, but umpire Pete Vincent absolutely unmoved. But 3 dot balls, that's a great start to this over for Vienna. So Ashak is at the top of his run past Pete, right arm over the wicket. This is a full toss, and it has just been helped on its way through the third man area for 4 runs. Tried to bowl the same delivery, didn't quite get his length right. Easy pickings for the batsman, who's just got the bat onto the ball and guided it through third man for a 1 bounce 4. So back to the start of his run up, running away from me, past the umpire, right arm over, good length, outside of off stump, punched into the infield, and they take 1 run to mid off. Still a good over for Vienna, because Chemnitz need 13 and over. Even with those flyers, the run rate's still up at 2 runs a ball. Any dot balls, any singles are really, really valuable for Vienna. Boundaries are what's needed for Chemnitz. So as Ashak comes away from me, bowls right arm over the wicket, short into the left-hander's pads. Perfunctory shout, but it was never going to hit the stumps, and they run a leg by. So great end to the power play there for Vienna, but still 39 for 1 off 3 for Chemnitz. So they're just slightly behind the rate. That's really why runs on the board is so helpful for you to in T10, because as soon as you drop ever so slightly in the chase, the run rate can quite climb, particularly when it's as high as it is. I mean, 2 a ball. You know, the boundaries have got to flow if they're going to try and achieve this chase. So 2 batsmen though, well set, 16 apiece, 1 off 11 balls, 1 off 6 balls. So, you know, they've got the firepower to do this, Chemnitz, if they want to. So, end of the power play now. Field can spread, make it boundaries harder to come. So, we just had the 6 boundaries in the power play from Chemnitz, and a chase of 140 is. The question is that going to be enough? So they require exactly 100 runs, 42 deliveries. And you can probably guess from the screaming behind me that there's another wicket's gone down for Bohemians, so it's increasingly looking like Berlin will make the final. The question is, will they come up against Chemnitz, who had a very, very close game in the pool stage, just 3 runs in it between the two sides, or will Vienna pull off the shock and the surprise as the second seeds in this game and beat defender 140 against this Chemnitz side? Oh, it's Abbassine's opened up with a wide. It was right across the left-hander. So again, we see a top order batsman coming on to bowl. So he starts with a wide. We already had 6 wides in this innings, and that was certainly that was to the detriment of the Chemnitz team as they were bowling. There's 20 wides given away in their innings, and Vienna already up to 6, but Abassine has followed that up with a beauty of a ball, and this is just a dot. And this is where Chemnitz have really got to make sure he's got to get bat on ball, take the runs on offer as he's past the bowler, bowls right arm over. Slower ball on the stumps, and he has worked that over the mid-off fielder for a 1 bounce 4. So that's what Vienna can't afford. They can't give away freebies like that. To keep trying to push the batsman, make the batsman work for their runs. Otherwise, Chemnitz will start to make this very easy. And you know, whilst it's important they pick up boundaries, so they start picking up lots of boundaries, like in the first innings where we had 25. Puts a lot of emphasis and just takes that momentum to the batting side. It's very difficult then to get back as the bowling team. So Abassine starts his run up away from me, past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, straight, swung out to the mid-on, long-on fielder, and there is a single. Just some slight changes to the field. Mid-on has now come into mid-off has come into the circle now as Abassine bowls right arm over, and because typically they've just beaten that field change and it's risen for 4 runs. A delightful shot along the ground from the batsman, but making a mockery of the field change where long off was brought into the circle, and then the batsman punches it straight back past the bowler and the fielder for 4 runs. So a little bit of a shift of momentum now, so Vienna need to get themselves out this over with no more boundaries, whereas Chemnitz will be pushing for a couple more as Abassine comes running in away from me, bowls right arm over, it's out of the back of the hand. Great floating, big swing through to the wicketkeeper. That's a really good response from the bowler. Just got to finish this now, we're getting out of the over. Chemnitz currently 49 for 1, with 1 ball off the 4th to come. Abassine's in, bowls right arm over the wicket, into the pitch. This could be interesting, which punched just into mid-wicket. They look for the second, and good fielding by the bowler off his own bowling has limited him to just 1, so he has escaped that over with just the 11 runs off it. And whilst that may sound like a lot in the context of a game where the run rate is 14, 11 is a really, really good over for the bowling side. So the first semi-final looks like it's over with Berlin defeating Bohemians. So our first finalists will be Berlin, so we're waiting to see who wins this game to play Berlin in the final later. We will have the 3rd, 4th playoff and the 5th, 6th playoff before then, and then that 5th, 6th playoff will be the last game on this pitch before the final on Scott Page Field later, around probably about 4:30 at the current rate. So we start the 5th over. He's in, bowls right arm over the wicket, just on the cut strip, and that takes it away from the wicketkeeper, who then parries it to 3rd man, and they run 1 on top of the wides, 2 runs to the total. So again, another top order batsman, and Abdul Rahman has come on to bowl. I do wonder if there is more than 4 people in the Vienna team. but the 50 has come up nonetheless, and they just can't afford these freebies. As he's in, running away from me, past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, into the pitch, and the left-hander just flicks this up on one bounce to the deep square leg fielder, and it comes back in, and there is 1 run. So we've got just changes the field as we go from the right to the left-hander. So we've got deep point, we've got a long on and long off, a deep square leg and deep mid-wicket as he comes in bowling. Right arm over the wicket, into the pitch, and it's just drilled straight back at him. Really good, really well done from the bowler there, as there is just no, as a dot ball. As I said, in a game where there's 14 runs and over needed, 1s and 2s and dots are absolutely gold dust to Vienna right now, and Chemnitz need to make sure that they take runs where they can and pick up the boundaries, more importantly, also when they can. As he runs away from me, right arm over the wicket, short but not short enough, but the fielder has made a mistake of coming in away from the boundary. If he'd stayed on the boundary, it might have been a catchable height, but in his head he comes underneath it and he goes over his head for 6 runs. But Chemnitz need more of this. The odd 6 isn't going to do it for them. They need at least 2 boundaries every innings. So we're just waiting for the ambulance to leave the scene. Unfortunately, it looks like Khyber is heading to hospital. We really hope that that's nothing more than precautionary, as Abdul Rahman has picked up a wicket here with the batter tripping it straight to the long off fielder. So bowling into the pitch, taking a little bit of pace off it, trying to get the batsman to hit through as they desperately need boundaries, has paid off for Vienna, and Abdul Rahman has picked up his first wicket of the afternoon, and the second wicket for Chemnitz has fallen with the score on 57. So you've got the wonderful Dan Casey now joining me on commentary, so he'll be able to provide some extremely insightful analysis to go with my commentary. So you guys are in for a little bit of a treat for the rest of this game.
Don't go building me up. I'm not going to talk any much sense. Martin has been berating me for constantly straying from the cricket in front of us.
TMS made a whole thing about not talking about the cricket, so I think you're in good company there.
Indeed, I thought he'd be more up for it, and he was demanding cake like the good old TMS days. But
as he's in over the right hand under the wicket, and he has bowled him. It was a half tracker, but it really didn't get up, and it has just taken the top of the left-hander's leg stump. So 2 and 2 for Vienna now, and Abdul Rahman has the double strike has removed not only the dangerous Varun, but also the number 4 batsman. So normally someone that you would expect to get you a few runs, but really good now. And this is a huge momentum swift back to Vienna, and dare I say that they probably look favourites now to join Berlin Cricket Academy in the final.
Certainly say so at the moment. That score they posted, I think, is the highest score we've had here this weekend.
Yeah, I think it is, but what I was also saying is that the previous high score, which was originally set by Darjeeling against Chemnitz, was then chased down with a couple of balls to spare by Chemnitz. So if there's one team that's capable of going deep into a run chase, then it is Chemnitz. So Sathif Reddy, who was possibly the standout bowler from the first innings, just going for 18 from his 2 overs in the Vienna innings, is now into bat, and still we see a lot of bowlers coming out to bat, or batters who can bowl in the bowling stakes. So we'll see what happens now. But Abdul Rahman is last ball of the over, he's on a hat-trick, so he runs away from me past the umpire, right arm over, bowls it full. He's hit through and across the line, and it's gone out to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and there is 1 run. As someone who he didn't bowl the best hat-trick ball earlier today, I can't really criticise him too much, although I'm pretty sure that's not where he wanted to put his hat-trick ball.
It was all right, wasn't it? It was quite straight, but it was swiped away into the leg side. Did you catch that Martin got a hat-trick for PCC?
I didn't know, did he?
Yeah,
really?
in the last over.
We won't hear the end of that. Great chap is our Martin.
Like I said, pretty much that's when it happened. Oh dear, we won't hear the end of that.
So we're ready to start the 6th over, and Ashak is going to continue. So he had a decent first over, just 5 runs coming from it as his right arm over the wicket into the pitch, and he has chopped onto the stumps, and there is cartwheels from the bowler. I hope his ankles are fine, but it was a wild hike across the line from the new batsman, who's only faced 1 ball, but all he's managed to do is inside edge it onto his stumps, and he is now departing, and the Chemnitz chase is in real trouble at 60 for 5. 60 for 4, sorry, the scorers are a bit quick for me, so they'd already managed to update it. So 60 for 4, just over halfway through, with 79 runs still to get, so 16 approaching 3 a ball. Once it hits that 3 a ball, boundaries really is all you need.
Definitely, and that's the pressure of that imposing target that Vienna put on the board. As soon as a couple of wickets fall, even a couple of dot balls, pressure really builds.
So Anathu is the new batsman, and apparently, according to Cricket Heroes, he gets bowled a maximum of 1 to 4 balls. So I'm guessing we're going to either see a big swing, or we're not going to see very much of him over the next few. But there's an opportunity for him to be his team's hero today. Gopinath is still there, the opener, 22 off 10, with 4 boundaries to his name. I'm not going to talk too much about the fact that I got him out in the corresponding pool game by, first of all, well, to be fair, he smashed me for a 6, so I responded with a bouncer around his ears, and then followed up with a slower ball, which he had about 4 attempts to strike, but still couldn't stop it hitting his stumps. So
we love that on the commentary. That's definitely worth a clip at the end of the tournament.
As Ashak bowls right arm over the wicket, and it is punched down the ground by the new batsman for a single. So Anathu is off strike first up to try and give his teammates the chance to strike the boundaries they needed.
That bouncer, Tebby, was brutal. Where did that come from?
There was a lot of anger in that ball. It was just like, it was the advantage of bowling down the hill on Scott Page Field, because you can get a little bit more pace, and you once you bounce it, it's also because the pitch is slightly down, a decline, as Ashak comes in and bowls right arm over the wicket. It's a full delivery, dug out into the covers, and they take single. And you can just use the pitch to your advantage, and if you just bowl it that shorter, it's going to get up to the batsman a bit quicker. And I just thought, well, I don't often get to bowl from that end of Scott Page Field, and I just thought, he's just hit me for a 6, so why not? And it was really refreshing to see the bowler, the umpire turn around and say 1 for the over, as Ashak bowls right arm over the wicket, and he tries to cut a ball that's not there to cut, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Yeah, no, it was just, it's T10, you have a bit of fun as a bowler, you know you're going to take some punishment, so you try and take your little wins, you've got to vary, you can't just bowl it on a line and length, because people will suss you out and hit you, so you've got to put a lot of variation in as a T10 bowler. As Ashak starts running away from us, past the umpire, right arm over, into the pitch, good length, just outside the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So Ashak and Abdul Rahman have really turned this around in the last couple of overs from the Vienna perspective. Chemnitz had gone off to a decent start, or certainly the start they needed in chasing 140 odd to win, but Ashak and Abdul Rahman have really dragged this back for Vienna. As the Ashak's at the top of his mark, running away from us. past the umpire, right arm over, into the pitch, big swing, edge. But third man is inside the circle, so unlucky Ashak, 4 runs to the batsman's total. And the over is finished. Chemnitz, yeah, sorry. I'm normally quite good at German. German is actually a language I speak, but unfortunately I do tend to anglicise my words. So Harry V, I really apologise to you, and I will do my best to make sure I get the hard K sound rather than the soft ch sound. So my apologies to you on that. So Abdul Rahman to continue after his exciting last over, and he's bowled it on a good length, and it's been chipped up and out and over the infield, and they've run to success. No, it's a run out. It's a run out. That's Gopinath, the opener, out, so that's possibly the end of the Chemnitz chase.
Yeah, it looks like they think that's the game won.
So 1 run to the score, another wicket down. That's 5 wickets down for Chemnitz. So that's possibly as well their last recognised batsman. So we'll see what happens. But Abdul Rahman continues to manage his magic, even though that wasn't a wicket that we contributed to him. But you know, team wickets count, especially in T20, T10, sorry. And you know, I have to say it's now either there has to be an absolute hero from Chemnitz, or Vienna have to do something silly.
It's definitely a result of the pressure that he's helped to build up. You know, 2 dot balls in that over. The score they're chasing, even from the start, they needed more than 2 a ball, and now it's getting very tough for Chemnitz. So I was just looking back on the games earlier in the tournament, the one that Vienna lost.
As Abdul Rahman bowls right arm over the wicket, big swing, and it's just carried to third man. It's a double team wicket. It's a double team wicket. The finger is in the air from the umpire. That just about carried to the third man fielder. It was a big swipe. Took the outside edge, and another wicket down.
Batsman doesn't look convinced. He's actually approaching the umpire for clarification.
And for some reason we seem to have introduced a second neutral umpire to this game after the controversial first over of the first innings where we had a potential run out. But I think the decision stands, and the batsman has got to walk. I mean, it looked like it carried from here, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked fine to me. It didn't look like he wanted it. He sort of did that thing where you shy away from it and stick your hand out. I'm overly shying away from the mic, but hopefully you can still hear me. And but he looked confident as soon as he grabbed it, and you've got to go with a gentleman's word.
You've got to go with the fielder, yeah. The fielder knows if it. The fielder tends to know if it bounced, and they'll either react straight away by saying I don't know, or they'll say no, I got my fingers underneath that. And you know, even with all the zoomed in slow motion replays, you know, even when it's clearly fingers under the ball, it does look like sometimes it still touches the turf. And you know, this is cricket. We play in the game in the spirit of cricket, and if the fielder says it carried to him, then it carried to him. So we're on a team hat-trick as Abdul Rahman comes in, bowls right arm over the wicket into the pitch, and he just closes the bat on that and knocks it into the leg side for 1 run.
Of course, I think that's what, 3 and 4 balls for Abdul Rahman, or maybe 3 and 5.
Yeah, 3 and 5 I think as a team, certainly. So while Abdul Rahman's been bowling, it was a dot off was 1 run off the hat-trick ball, wasn't it? So 1, 2, 3 wickets in 5 balls for Vienna when Abdul Rahman's been bowling. So, but he's picked up 3. Yes, as Abdul Rahman bowls right on over the wicket, bowling into the pitch still, but this time it's picked up and it's a 1 bounce 4 to the long off boundary. And we still got a couple of balls to come in this eventful over.
That amazing game we watched on Friday night between Chemnitz and the Berlin Cricket Academy when me and Phil turned over, they were 65 for 1, and the next 2 overs they lost 6 wickets for 7 runs. They're going through another spell like
Abdul
that.
Rahman bowls a full toss on the legs, and this is pushed into mid-wicket for 1 run. So 68 off 21, run rate is approaching 20 for Chemnitz, so really need to start swinging the willow and punishing the leather. But as Abdul Rahman bowls and not going to get it for you, he just works it into the leg side, and it's picked up at mid-on and returned for a single. So 1 ball to come in the 7th over. Abdul Rahman with fantastic figures of 3 for 17 so far, so he'll be looking at, I think actually that the scoring is just behind slightly, so I think he's actually managed to escape with 3 for 18 off of 2 overs. That's very, very good figures. And Ashak, we've got to say, is bowling in combination, because it's really important. We talk a lot about batting combination, but we don't talk about bowling combination. But between Abdul Rahman and Ashik, they've conceded 29 runs and taken 4 wickets in their 4-over spell, and that's been absolutely critical for Vienna being on the verge of going through to the final against Berlin later this afternoon. So change of bowling, driven down the ground to long on for a single. So Abbasin is back after going for 11 in his first over. He was trying to bowl the slower balls outside of off stump, so we'll see if he continues with that, or perhaps they go back to pace on the ball. No, it's the slower one again, and it's gone straight through over the top of the stumps, the wicketkeeper. So we've seen 2 very different attacks here, with Chemnitz going for the slow spin attack and Vienna Zalmi going for the pace attack. So do you have a preference in T10, Dan?
It's a tough one really, because pace does tend to generate these edges that still can fly away for 4, so I probably do prefer a spin attack. These days I have no pace myself, so to be involved, I think the spin attack is essential.
As we've seen, one of those such edges race down to the deep third man, fielder at deep third man, and another single added to the total as Abbasin has passed the bowler right arm over into the pitch again, and he has clattered the stumps, and another Chemnitz wicket falls, and I think this is pretty much game over now, bar the formalities, as Vienna take their 6th or 7th wicket, their 7th wicket, and Abhishek Sani has gone for 1 of 2 deliveries, and the Chemnitz innings is falling apart. So we won't see a rematch of the very tight pool game between Chemnitz and Berlin in the final, which was 3-1 win for Chemnitz in that game. It looks like we're going to see Vienna Zalmi versus Berlin Cricket Academy later at about 4:30ish.
Should be a cracking game. Both look decent outfits. Berlin were very impressive in knocking off Bohemians in that other semi-final in the Scott Page field.
Again, that was another classic example of getting a score on the board. I mean, 109 is a decent T10 score, but eminently gettable. But they created pressure, took wickets, and Bohemians crumbled. As Abbasin comes in, right arm over, into the pitch. Oh, that's a little bit of pace there, and it's gone over the bat as he tries to cut something that's not there to be cut, and it's another dot ball.
Nice bit of bounce, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't that short, was it? It was on a length or thereabouts, and still carried through. As Abbasin turns and runs away from us past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. It's a slower ball, and it's just turned round the corner to fine leg, and there is no run. End of the over.
Yes, I think we're down to needing snookers, aren't we?
Well, I mean, it's 31 and over, so it's anything that's not a boundary now, and Chemnitz have Chemnitz need a boundary every ball basically, otherwise it's game over. So we've got 2 overs to bowl. I would suspect that we will see potentially Shafi and Abdul again, but I think this is going to be a new bowler. No, it's not. It's Shafi returning. So the opening bowler, who also got the actual the run scoring off to a fast start, comes back for his second over.
Yep, you can't relax. I think I remember now they lost to Bohemians in a game where they conceded 34 from the first over. So they do know anything is possible, and you don't want to give the opposition a sniff.
Yeah, that has to happen twice though for them to give this one away. So even if it happens once, you know, if you've conceded 30, if you as Chemnitz scored 34 now, you know, you would not be thinking we've got this in the bag, because you know you've got to do exactly the same again to win the game.
I'm not going to rule them out after seeing them win from needing 7 from 1 ball. That was an amazing effort. So.
Was that in the ECS, was it?
No, that was the game against Berlin the other day.
Oh, right.
Yes,
So
they won by 3 wickets in the end, and it was they needed 7 off 2. The penultimate ball, they turned down a single, which was just unbelievable. He was like 7 from 1 ball. I got this, and the guy threw down 3 wides in a row.
As Shafi comes into bowl right arm over after the first ball being a dot ball. This is into the pads, and there is no run.
He bowled a great over. I think he conceded just 1 from 4 balls, and then just totally bottled it. And
so 3 wides.
3 in a row, and then they just needed 4 to win, and he hoiked a big 6 to.
Oh.
I could have done it anyway.
Yeah.
Sensational. So I'm not going to write them off, even though they might in a moment.
Well,
mathematically out.
Yeah, we've had 2 dots. So as Shafi comes in, bowls right arm over into the pitch, and he's bowled him as he tries and hoik it through mid wicket. The wicket keeper gets the dance, moves out. I think that we have almost certainly seen Vienna beat Chemnitz and make their way into the final later this afternoon. So the Chemnitz are 76 for 8, and there are 9 balls left. So
it's actually even prompted a bit of movement from the Berlin dugout, just to be like, I think we know who our opponents are later. All decided. Got 3 of the lads sitting there on the boundary, observing. 1 already in the distance, mingling with. They're good friends, I'm sure. From I believe he's in with the Chemnitz team. They're not too far away from each other geographically. So yeah, there'll be a slight disappointment from the lads, I'm sure, that they don't get an all-German final, but Germany will face Austria. The Army deserve it. They've been fantastic in this game.
as Shafi bowls down the leg side, wide signalled, and they run through for 1 by, so 2 to the score. Yeah, and the Austrian national team playing in the final of the T20 qualifier later today as well. So Austria have got a lot going for them today with Vienna into the final of this tournament, and the Australian national team playing against Norway to see who gets into the regional qualifier. As the ball is bounced. Oh no, we've got some football from Ashak on the boundary down here, but still just jogged through for a single.
Yeah, that game starts in 10 minutes. You can watch that on icc.tv. The Czech Republic beat Bulgaria earlier to seal 7th place in that tournament. Not what they would have aimed for at the start, but they had 2 defeats and followed up with 3 victories.
Yeah, they just didn't chase very well against France. I mean, France playing an inexperienced French team. They don't play T20 international cricket, and yet the Czech run chase just never got going. as the ball is chipped back into the ground and back to the bowler to finish the 9th over, and short of a miracle, Chemnitz have lost this quite considerably. So Chemnitz are 80 for 8 from their 9 overs. They need 59 runs from the last over, so not possible unless we see some overstepping or some wides. It was interesting, I mentioned earlier that Chemnitz gave away 20 wides in their bowling innings, and Vienna had given away 6 in the first couple of overs, but they've only given away a total of 10, so whilst ultimately it's proven to be inconsequential to the run chase, it just goes to show, you know, you lose momentum when you give away those wides.
Yeah, 3 runs, aren't they? So it's always a frustration, and you generally find as well the team that fields better wins in these games, and can be a decisive factor too.
So Abdul is back to bowl the 10th over as he comes in right arm over the wicket into the pitch, and whoa, I'm not quite sure he really tried as hard as he could do to get to that. He just seemed to wave his arms about as the ball was chipped back over his head, and they take 1 run.
He didn't go leap for it as if it were a vital wicket, did he?
No, he wasn't. It was almost like I tried, as he comes in and bowls right arm over the wicket into the pitch again, and that is pushed into the offside, and that is 1 run.
No, I think if Chemnitz won from here, we'd probably have to call an inquiry.
Well, the skipper's in for Chemnitz, and his 1 over cost 25 in the bowling chase, so that's possibly where the difference was made. So he's 1 off 1 so far. He's got 4 balls to go. Can he just guide his team to bat out their overs? Oh, he's had a swing at a wide one, but no contact and a wide given by umpire Pete Vincent. So all Abdul's got to do is just keep it within the batsman's reach. He's bowling to a number 10. You know, he might go for the odd boundary, but with 50 odd still needed, it's just about getting the ball to the other end safely as he's in right arm over the wicket into the pitch, swung away and straight to square leg, and we could see an all out here.
The last man not looking keen.
Well, he's certainly not running out to the middle, is he?
The member of the party who said, "Hey, I'll do anything except batting. Come on."
So of course the bad news for Chemnitz though is that now they've got to play the 3rd place playoff.
Well, yes, there won't be much of a break for them. That is true. But on the other hand, these T10 games are obviously not too taxing. I say even as a 40-year-old who is feeling it after playing about 12 overs the other day.
I got to say, even I was pretty good. I was very happy with the surreptitious rest day that we had yesterday to give my body control. I only played 2 games on Friday, but I've managed to play 1.5 or 5 over and a 10 over, and I've got a 10 over later to come. So I'm not looking forward to being at the gym tomorrow morning. So number 11 batsman is in and on strike. It's Hardik who bowled well in the innings as Abdul comes in. He backs away from it and the ball bounces roundabout over off the stump. But that's a classic number 11. Doesn't want to be anywhere near the ball, just going to swing my bat.
He's having a big shuffle around. He's lined up way outside leg stump. He had a little step in, but then step back away, and yeah, just a huge waft, wasn't it?
So he's got 2 balls, I reckon, a full and a straight one, and he's bowled as Abdul tries to, for some reason, tries to push it into the pitch to a number 11. I mean, he's just backed away from you. I mean, why are you not bowling this full and straight?
All you need to do, isn't it? Just stumps. You know, there's not much shells.
I was interested. I was commentating earlier when the right-handers were coming around the wicket to the left-handers, and they were so wide on the crease, and they're just eliminating the angle and just creating wide. There's not been a whole lot of bowling intelligence. Again, he tries bowling into the pitch, but it's outside the off stump, and the umpire calls time. And Vienna Zalmi CC have beaten Chemnitz CC by 55 runs and will now play in the final against Berlin Cricket Academy later this afternoon. Coming up for you, we're going to have the fourth place playoff, which will see Chemnitz play against Bohemians from the Czech Republic, and also that'll be on Scott Page Field, and on this pitch you will have Darjeeling versus Swice CC from Norway in the 5th-6th playoff.
So we'll have to find someone to replace you on the microphone, Tebby, because you'll be out there in the middle, won't you?
I'm sure I will be, yes. So we'll see how much of a turnaround we've got. But for now, congratulations to Vienna Zalmi. Highlights: no one really got started apart from Gopinath and Varun for Chemnitz, 24 and 27 respectively, and Nathu, the only other batsman to get into double figures. But the middle overs bowling from Ashak and Abdul Rahman was outstanding, with Ashak 1 for 11 from 2 and Abdul Rahman 3 from 18. It'll be interesting now to see who gets the man of the match between Khyber, who's unfortunately on his way to hospital now, who scored an amazing 50, retired hurt in the first innings, and Abdul Rahman, who took three wickets in the response. So Ruturaj is our scorer and decision maker, so it'll be interesting to see what he goes with later. But that's it from me now. I've got to go ready to get to play. I will leave you in the capable hands of others, and maybe I'll join Dan for the final commentary later.
Sounds good, mate. Thank you. Go well, Chris. Darjeeling coming up, playing the 5th-6th playoff on this field against Swice, who I'm going to have to check my records. I thought they were a Swiss team. Chrissy's saying they're Norwegian. Shows what I know. That's what that funny little thing on their shirts is, eh? Alright, I'll go and ask them. But from here, we're going to have a few minutes until the next game. I think only a few, probably 5-10 minutes until we get up and running here on the Scott Page Field. There will be the 3rd-4th place playoff, Bohemians against Chemnitz, who we've just seen in action here. So yeah, there'll be a few minutes to allow the boys to have a little break between these matches, and then we'll get up and running. And once we do, we'll have someone back on the microphone to bring you all the action. Until then, we'll see you later. Back on the live call here at the 5th place playoff. Swice have just forced out the first wicket there. We've got the boys from the Emirates batting first, Darjeeling CC. And their effective opener, Dion, is just chipped away. Oh, that's belted though. That's a way to start your innings, isn't it? Stepped across, hoiked that into the leg side, but with authority. Joining you here in the second over of the 5th place playoff of the BCC T10 Challenger Cup in association with Prague Cricket Club, Czech Cricket Union, Prague City Council. You can see in the distance there the Prague City sign. We thank them for all their support for this event. It's been great to bring in these teams from all around Europe with and even a team from the Emirates. Great work out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Had quite a bit of ground to make up. Showed us some fancy footwork. Just got his foot to it, kept it inside, ran off, and then came back on and threw it in. But this batsman is strong through the leg side. He's put it even a bit squarer there and got the boundary that time. So yeah, we for this tournament we had 6 teams come over, 2 teams from Germany, a team from Austria. The final will be staged about 4:30 it looks like. Sorry. 5:30 it looks like. Umpires unmoved. Norwegians here, Swice thought they had a little outside edge tickle. So yeah, 2 teams from Germany, a team from Austria. These 2, a team from Norway and a team from the Emirates. And then of course the defending champions, Bohemians from the Czech Republic. So 5 teams visiting in total. We're looking forward to expanding. We had our eyes, we had our dream set on a 16-team tournament. I think we could easily expand the operation to make it a bit of a festival for so many teams. Hoping to get English teams over, get them involved. Obviously Prague, traditionally fantastic place for visitors to come. Getting a little shout there from our good friend Arshad, visiting from Vienna Cricket Club. Pop down to see the field. top fella. I think we got about 6 weeks ago, we had the ECS European Cricket Network Czech Super Series here. He was smacking sixes off my team. I was just a ball boy out in the deep mid wicket, getting the balls back. And there's video of me spilling one of those sixes. Got a lot of banter within the club. Did not appreciate it. I told them my job here was just to make sure the balls didn't go any further. Wasn't trying to catch it, put money on it. I'm a safe pair of hands. But that did not carry much credence. Another boundary. Darjeeling actually racking them up. I mean, a couple of wickets have fallen. But they've shown throughout the tournament they can score well, averaging 90 plus. And that's a solidly hit shot. Almost made it for six. Inside out cover drive. Fantastic connection. This is Stephen Samuel, who hasn't really figured much so far. But in the race for 5th place here, he's shown you can count on him. 2 boundaries and 2 balls. The bowler responds by going round the wickets. Oh, fielder was interested.
It's a bit empty, so...
Finished.
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Sorry, bear with us here. The poor cameraman has been doing a great job for us. Suffering in the heat today. It's been a much better day here in northeast Prague. Yesterday was dreadful. A few of the boys came down, optimistic that we could get some cricket on. Oh, again, the fielder was interested for a long time. But this one he actually got to. Couldn't quite make it stick. So yeah, back to our cameraman. He's been doing a sterling job out there, but it's been a beautiful day. Yesterday was not so good. We made the decision quite early to call off the day's play, and then lo and behold, it cleared up a bit. But I think the ground would have been too waterlogged. Thankfully, at least it had a bit of that relief, a bit of time to drain. So when we got here this morning, we were faced with a lovely day. It's been a great day's cricket. It's been a bit swirly with the wind at times. We do tend to get a lot of wind up here at Vienna. It's a bit of the challenge of hosting here. We had an international tournament a few weeks ago where the Luxembourg national team were here. They told us we've been here a few times and it's either buffeting us with wind or baking hot. And that's it. When you get that nice weather, burns the wind away, but otherwise the wind can be whipping around. It can be favourable for bowlers, but of course they don't get enough protection these days, do they? Batsmen get to just whack it around. As I hear a ball come rocketing towards me from the other field where they're holding the third place playoff. You can access that by just clicking on the BCC YouTube channel. Oh, he's holed out. Next ball. He called for a helmet. He's been striking it nicely. Picked this one up pretty well, but only succeeded in steering it into deep backward square legs. Grateful mitts. Sorry, I misspoke earlier when I said Darjeeling were a couple of down. Now they are. In the 5th over here. And 35 for 2. Yeah, we were commenting over in the festival tent, the main headquarters where all the food and drink is, saying how Darjeeling tend to get 90 plus every innings. They've shown good strength with the bat. Bowling attack, yeah, not as strong, but no little effort. They'll be eager to set the Norwegians a testing task. Bunit out at number 4 here. Struggling with the left-hander here. They do tend to be so pesky, don't they? Just kind of throwing Sahan off his line a little bit here. That's much nicer, isn't it? Batsman in 2 minds. They brought in this short cover just to snuff out the easy single. There it is again, down the leg side. Bunit off the mark. Easily fielded down at long off, just a single. We've got Jason at the other end. He's boshed 11 off his first 5 balls, a couple of boundaries. Oh, he had to really watch that. Trying a bit of a sort of slower moon ball there, wasn't he? And you can see Jason's eyes initially thought, it's coming at me. And then he noticed, not too fast. Kept his eyes on the ball. Steered it away. He's already shown he's very strong on his legs. Very strong. Fantastic shot. Smeared over. Cow corner. Maybe not your classical textbook all around the wicket batsman. But he's shown he's as good as you get when you stray onto the legs. And a good eye, he's digging out these variations from the bowler. So that over ends up costing Sahan 16. Jason moves on to 22 off 8. Got overexcited. Oh, but he's got a life. That's definitely the kind of shot that should cost you your wicket. Big old slice up into the air. Keeper scrambling back, and they have a short fine leg. Somehow managed to drop between the two of them. New bowler's name is Lucky. Certainly wasn't there, was he? Follows up with a wide. That'll be another one. Puneet's having a bit of a waft at it, but sensibly getting his leg out the line. There it is. That's what he was looking for, wasn't it? The last two balls, similar sort. This one a touch straighter. Pushing the batsman. It just fended it off round the corner. Square leg takes a simple catch. Lucky, just about keeping that within the parameters acceptable. Umpire Pete Vincent happy to give that as a dot ball. That one a bit straighter. Nathan out at number 5. He's shown he knows what he can do. Biff down the ground there by Jason. Oh, big old heave. Going down the leg side. So no thought of an appeal. Bowler's forgotten his hat. Presumably not his lucky hat. Looking over to the third place playoff, which you can find through the PCC channel if you click on the feed from the Scott Page field. The Chemnitz have just lost a wicket. Bit of a cloud overhead, seemingly from nowhere, although it has started blooming a few clouds in the sky, but suddenly the sun is blocked out. The temperature seems to drop about 5 degrees. Round arm whippy action here from Marilliton. Yes, very nice after 2 on the offside. Follows up with a sharp straight one. So the batsman just has to fend away. It's just slowing Darjeeling down a bit. They were cracking along at the 10 and over rate. Oh, well, that helps. I even know it looked like it hit the base of the stumps, but sure there'd be a bit more consternation if that had happened. Must have screamed through, gone just past leg stump, and the keepers tried to deflect it, but can only assist, sending it to the boundary. Oh, he's got his eyes in on the pace, and he's put it over the boundary. The fielder over there. Deep mid-wicket, quickly, honestly, indicating that landed just over the rope. A little dip down there, so it's kind of hard for us to see from this vantage point. But that was a sweet connection. We've been saying Jason very strong off his legs. And that just about keeps them in touch with the old 10 and over. As we've been saying, they seem to average in the 90 range. A big old heave again from Nathan, connecting with the bottom edge of his bat. Spooning up, short third man, couldn't quite get there. Dived on the ball, making sure it doesn't spin away, come 2 or 3. Good effort, putting his body on the line. Oh, so I hear the solid connection on the second field there. Have a look up and there's a ball heading not far away from me. Solid connection to deep mid-wicket, it landed just in front of the fielder. Brute to deal with. He took the option of hoping to get his legs in the way, which is not the best idea. Span away from him. Oh, this one's coming towards me too. But good work by Diana at the long off, keeping it down to 1. It's a juicy connection, but not quite enough on it for a boundary. And that's one thing we have seen with the outfield today. It's drained pretty nicely, it's not slippery, but we are seeing a few of those high shots just kind of plug when they hit the ground, not quite roll away as they might on a drier day. Oh, he's got all of that one. Oh, a fantastic effort. Wow. I don't know if the camera managed to catch that down in front of us. Obviously we got a nice focus on the pitch, but long off came around. Fantastic diving effort. It was probably a 6. Got a hand to it. Managed to keep it down to 4 at least, but he's on his haunches at the moment, ruining his luck, rubbing his hand, knowing that he quite fancied it, replaying it and thinking, damn, that would have been a nice one, would have been a screamer. So at the end of the over, Darjeeling 74 for 3. Jason doing a cracking job. He's got 36 from 18. Nathan's doing his best to support him. 7 off 7 so far. Jason facing at the moment. On comes Chemnitz to bowl the 9th over. It's short. Just had to wait for it. You can see he was a little unsure of the pace coming through. He's hit so many of those sweetly today. That one he could just steer to deep backward square leg. Got that one chipped up. Again, sort of misjudging the pace a bit, really. Not the connection that he fancied. Gets a single to long on. Now he's seen it. I thought that might happen. Misjudged the first one, but he's got all of the second one, hasn't he? Lovely shot there. So a couple more of these and Jason could be looking at a 50. Could be looking at getting his team up to 100. Misjudged that one there. Might have got away. Vienna still ruined that dropped catch from the last over. I mean, very harsh to call it a drop. Magnificent effort. But he scampered across there. Kept it down to 1. Nathan's put a bit of leather into it. So, a bit of willow. But, just picked out deep mid-wicket. Pete Vincent calling over and then quickly changing his mind. Remembering there's one more. Another hoik out to deep backward square leg. So Darjeeling moved to 85 for 3. They'll be looking for that 100 we've talked about a few times on comes today. I think in the T10 format, that 10 and over is sort of where you want to aim, and just helps to put that scoreboard pressure on, doesn't it? It looks more imposing. We've actually had a couple of games on Friday where the first team got 97 and they were chased down. Yep, just a coincidence, you know. I'm not saying the 100 barrier is the be all and end all, but I think there can be an impact. Got Murali back with more of that Malinga style action. And hey, look who's coming over here, my good friend Manish.
Hello.
Idwani. I don't know how my pronunciation is these days, mate.
Perfect, as ever.
And just watching the last over here, mate, of the Darjeeling playing against the Norwegians, Swiss. Darjeeling 85 for 3 from 9 overs. Man, the non-striker end, Jason, he's been whacking a few. He's into 40 odd, I think.
Wow.
But Nathan, keeper, chops on. Sorry, mate, I'm deep in commentator mode, not ready for a social interaction of chatting properly. How you doing?
Very good. How are you?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Definitely. You one of the club legends or veterans. We're never quite sure the appropriate term to use.
Just a PCC ex-member for now. with heart with PCC as usual. Always.
Exactly.
With the passion and love.
Always one of our great supporters, and great to see you come down here for the tournament.
I'm so happy to see everyone. Weather's been very nice today as well.
Yeah, stinker yesterday. I know you were on your way to come and join us.
Good feeling.
And then of course we did that typical thing of giving up on it about 12ish, and
there was no rain, I believe.
And then after that it stopped raining, but yeah, it still would have been horribly wet. I think we haven't seen too much effect of it, but a couple of those times the balls just land and they don't roll away, they're just kind of sticking.
Okay, so there was a
ground's a bit soft. Yeah, I think the ground's just a bit soft after yesterday's rain. Must be why everyone's going aerial. And that'll do. So that's the 10 overs from Darjeeling. Oh great, so we can do the proper radio commentary. I have a guest to join me for the interval, you know. Tell me about your cricketing life.
My cricket life is at pause. So 3 years I have not played. Yeah, probably more, I think. 4 years I have not held the bat in my hand. What about you?
They got me on for a couple of games on Friday morning and bowled a couple of overs.
How was it?
Everyone was praising my accuracy, which I think is relative to the average PCC members. 2 wides and over, or
that's nice of them.
But and yeah, even Laxmi even let me have a bat, so I got my first boundary in probably 7 years.
Wow, that's a great thing. I'm really happy to hear that.
Because Manish was probably there when I retired, stormed out in a rage after getting, I think, 6 ducks in 7 innings. I said, forget it, can't play this game anymore, clearly rubbish.
I think we retired pretty same time, I think. Not officially, I have not taken my retirement.
Indeed.
I'm still holding my new gear, if you see.
Every year we start the year right with that ambition to play maybe 3 or 4 this season. And then you get to August and you start thinking, I need to get 1 at least, come on. We'll get you out for a 40 over league game this year? What do you reckon?
I think I will play 1 this year.
Yeah, excellent.
I'm definitely in for 1.
I'm in the same boat, targeting 1, so yeah.
Let's make a social one then.
Be a pleasure if we can get the same game.
I'm going to ask Amit as well, and you know who's coming today, hopefully.
No?
Paul Myers might join in.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a get. Yeah, we put out the beacon to a few older members. Obviously it's great that BCC have got this little tournament going, but also today with Scott's parents visiting.
That's a big thing. Really happy to see them when they arrive.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a pity how the games ended up lining up today, and everything ended up having a couple of delays, so we hope that everything will work out nicely for Scott's family to join us. The 3rd place playoff is ongoing on the Scott Page field over there to our right, Manny.
That's right.
Behind us we've got the Scott Page Memorial Bench. Couple of spectators. A few more over there in the old hospitality tent.
It's very strange to see golf club being made already. I haven't seen this for ages.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? We over in the hinterlands of the cricket ground here. There's an 18-hole golf course that's been developing for how long now?
4 years, 5 years.
I mean, it's even. I remember the original plans, right? So it almost feels like 10 years. But yeah, they started carving it out, didn't they? Slowly. Are you playing at all these days? Or?
I am playing golf actually, once a month if I can. And good thing is they made the golf course. It was supposed to be ready just before COVID came. They got bankrupt, and I still believe how they were creating troubles for our cricket guys, and it was really difficult to deal with them But now I think they should be also very happy to see the sporting place. Cricket also holds its own importance in Czech Republic. It's growing. And once golf start, I think it's going to be good, and they should take it as a part and the challenge for them as well, because without cricket, this land will not be looking as pretty as it is today. And the guys have put a lot of effort making this 2 cricket grounds beautiful, and Scott Fields and Banks Fields, they look really astonishing. And it's really nice to see actually how nicely it's maintained, and a lot of hard work has been put. I was talking to boys, they've been working hard for last 7 to 10 days and making this happen. I mean, the technology is amazing. You can see things live now, and I just believe how nice it is.
I was talking on the commentary earlier, it's unbelievable from when we started playing together, right, Manny? Like 2008 was when I arrived here, and yeah, imagine they tell us 15 years later we're doing it like this. It's unbelievable, isn't it? All right, you going to say hello to Misha, our good friend who's just dropped in? Ciao, Misha. We're loosely keeping the microphone open in the innings break of the 5th place playoff here, so you guys feel free to sit down or wander off as you want.
Yeah, I will say something. We want to hear about Scott Field.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
I'll see you in a bit then.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Dan.
Great to see you, Manny.
Thanks.
see you later, Ashton. You're gonna stay? No, I'll wander around. Yeah.
You came just now?
Yeah, just right now. I'll wander around. See you later.
Definitely. Our good friend Misha Tavlaridis, long-time member of our great rivals, Vienna, just popped in. Great to see him. A little explanation of the match situation, and then looking out and seeing Darjeeling slowly taking the field. Darjeeling were a couple of players short for this trip, so I see Misha's good friend from Vienna, Venki, coming over to say hello. So we see the boys slowly moving into position. Your commentator for the previous game, Chris Debb, will be taking the new ball. He's been opening the bowling for his old mates from Darjeeling throughout the tournament. Let's get a live in-game interview with Long On Venkatesh. He waves, not understanding the power of audio. You come in for an interview. Hello. I suppose we've got no batsmen, so how you doing, mate?
I'm good. How are you? How are you, Dan Casey? Good afternoon. Or is it good evening? Good afternoon.
It's almost evening now, isn't it?
Big game next game, right? It's going to be a good one. Berlin Academy versus the Vienna, what do you call them?
Vienna Zalmi.
Vienna Zalmi, there you go. Yeah, Vienna Zalmi have some massive hitters.
Yeah, they set the tournament high score in the semi-final, 138.
138, that's pretty good.
But they did lose their opener, took a blow to the face, I think.
Oh, he's not playing anymore?
He went off to hospital. We hear updates. We're obviously all hoping it's precautionary and just stitches required. He did have a.
Did he have a concussion test?
I know the medic was here
Yeah.
looking after him. Yeah, so we have the Czech Red Cross on hand with us. Thank you to them for
absolutely
supporting us.
Always running around on the cry of medic. Grateful to them.
Yeah, it's a tough one as well, isn't it? Because they're here in an unfamiliar sport.
Yeah, not really know what to react to. Yeah.
2 fields, and they're trying to pay attention, but I know when the cry went up earlier, I saw he was playing around with the scoreboard numbers. I'm not sure what took him over there, but unfortunately he happened to be as far away as possible, but he came running over. Good lad, Chris.
I see some batters walking in, an umpire on its way, and I shall say
Yeah,
goodbye.
looks like it's time for you to do some work, mate.
Have a good one.
So yes, our mate Venki, the one of the lead groundsmen here at this facility at the moment. Also does a lot of the Czech cricket social media, and generally a very helpful fella. Steps in as umpire. I think he was umpiring the league final. Now we're joined by one of the country's senior officials. You won't appreciate me saying that, but he's good for a laugh. Our good mate Pete Vincent. Been an absolutely integral part of the community here for the last 10-15 years, Pete. Very dependable official. Everyone around here loves him. So, I don't need to check the old online scorebook for this one. This is our good mate Chris Tebb opening the bowling for Darjeeling. Starts with a bit of a long hop, and that gets crashed through the covers. Not the start we're looking for there, Tebby. Talking of our officials here, Chris, you may recall if you joined us for the Central Europe Cup 3 weeks ago, Chris was the local umpire on the 3-man panel that we had for that tournament. And did a fine job. His debut T20 internationals as an official. All the teams commended his match management skills. These days, so much more than being an umpire. Got a lot of paperwork, got to check the times, a lot of conditions and regulations to keep on top of. Chris did a great job for us, but he still loves his cricket. Trying to roll the old arm over when he gets the opportunity. Been a great contributor to PCC since moving to Prague the last few years. Dangerous bowler in the local leagues. On the money. Gets a respectful defensive shot. Oh, no respect to that second ball. Sized up the pace that he's working with. Stepped across and crashed that over mid-wicket. And yep, Darjeeling hitting that 90 range again. 92 for 4 ended up with. Great effort from Jason. 46 from 24. Got half of the team's score with fewer than half the team's balls. Steered around the corner, but knowing they got that 6 the last ball, they're happy to not risk a cheeky single. So you see Chris there combining his green and yellow Darjeeling uniform with his beautiful red and blue PCC cap from the ECL tournament we played in back in, I believe, February, March. I do believe he was putting in an order for a few more of those. Do reach out to us in the chat or in the contact through the PCC website if you want us to throw in an order for yourself. They are fantastic, those patterned caps. But a bit of an odd combo with the old green and yellow of Darjeeling. He's happy to stand out, fully cognizant that he's representing both clubs this weekend. Helps to bring his old friends from Darjeeling over for the tournament. And indeed, the other opening bowler here is helping the team while wearing one of Tebby's jerseys, hence 2 number 18s opening the bowling. It's actually a guest bowler, hence another fun colour combo. He has the red and blue on of the Czech national team's trousers. Once upon a time. I believe the Underdogs team have been using that. It might be the Eagles kit. We've had a few nice kits in recent years. This blue and red combo that we have. So yeah. Harsha Chaganti, the Czech Union treasurer, here is our second bowler, but I'm not sure he's going to get a second over at this rate. Punched through mid-off for a 4. Well, no, sorry, Venki got round to stop that first one, didn't he? But second one well lifted, reaching the boundary, and as is that one. Expensive old over for Harsha. I notice the Darjeeling team without Stewart. No, yep, he is there. Short fine leg. Stewart has been bowling his left arm wrist spin, picking up some wickets. I'm a bit harsh on old Harsha there. He's only ended up with 10 off the over. 3 dot balls and then went a bit awry in the last 3 balls. Swice keeping Dianarayan at the top of the order. He scored 60 from 30 in the previous game to get the innings off to a good start in their victory over PCC.
Nice ball, this Chris. Nice come back here, Chris. Good job, Dad. Few more dots here, boys. Come on here, boys. on here, Chris. Come on here, Chris. Come on here, Kevin. Come on here, boys. Come on here, Darjeeling. Get behind him here, boys. Come on. Come on here, Chris.
Oh, he'll love that. That was a beauty. Tebby springing away to his left, sticking out that paw, and the ball stuck. That was a beauty. After getting carted away for a boundary. Diana has been batting superbly all day. Tebby put it on the money, induced a little chip back to him. It took a beauty. I bet he'll be looking back on YouTube for that one later, gives it the old thumbs up. He'll remember, what was that, ball 3.2. Let me scroll, find that ball. Got a few good highlights we can cut from the tournament, and that'll be among them. Oof, but the batsman's put a lot into his first ball. All the offside field is inside the ring. Two sweepers, one very vocal, you can hear on the microphone, I'm sure, at long on, and one out at deep mid wicket. So the offside field is there to take on, and the batsman chipped it over, sent it spinning into the bushes. Looks like the fielder is struggling to find it. A couple of lads slowly jogging over to try and help, but he's got it. Got a bit of a track there, not really a road. It's been helping the golf club get their building supplies and lawnmowers and whatnot up there. You take a left at the little junction on the corner there. You get to a little access road leading up to the golf club, main clubhouse. As Manish was alluding to earlier, the former owners never showed too much interest in the facility that we're trying to develop here under new ownership in recent years, and they've been a lot more helpful in the distance. In the distance here, behind the batsman, you can see the groundskeeper's shed, where obviously a golf club needs to have a lot of lawnmowers and whatnot. So they very kindly help us out with mowing the field occasionally. We've got a couple of mowers ourselves. Venky, the long off, who's walking in, looks like he's going to have a bowl. He's one of the guys, as well as Pete, obviously, the umpire. There, I think, I don't know everything that's going on around here, but I think these two do the lion's share of the groundskeeping here and the lawn mowing. They are paid for their troubles. There's obviously a lot of work goes on locally. There's only so much that you can expect of volunteers, and obviously a lot of the PCC boys have put a lot of effort into this weekend try and run a good international tournament here. But yeah, we have had, Czech Cricket has had one full-time employee over recent years. He recently moved to a similar job in another country. We wish Terry well. Hopefully he's tuning in. If you are, Terry, nice to see you. Drop us a line sometime. But I believe going forward we're looking into more of a model where we pay more part-time and sort of task-based. Obviously there are plenty of tasks that go into it all, not least things like the groundskeeping, and I know Venki is also one of our main guys on social media. Pete, obviously one of our main guys with umpiring, and the officials here get paid for their contributions as well. We actually have an officials organisation that is in operation for its first year this year, which our good friend Chris Tebb is a leading light of. Because yeah, these days we do have quite a few qualified officials, and they get a lot of experience with the domestic league games, and then it's great to get the international games on and give them the opportunity to officiate at the highest level. Job done for Venki. So, wicket machine Stewart on to join the attack. Left arm round the wicket, through the bowler, wrist spin. Loopy balls that you just want to smash all over the place, but induces those overzealous edges. That one holding up in the wind, getting a couple of bounces, so called a no ball by Pete, and that'll be a free hit. Given a bit more air, gets a lot more air in response. So Swice keeping up with the run rate required. Started 40 for 1 from their first 4 overs. 10 and over, be enough to chase down this Darjeeling target of 92. Sorry, Darjeeling's target 93. Darjeeling got 92 for 4 in the first innings. Stewart possibly straying into a wide ball territory there, but the batsman chased it down, regretted it, batted it straight to cover. But yeah, this is what you need to do. There's always the temptation to whack it as far as you can, isn't there? But you whack it into the ground, you can't get out if you slightly mishit it. With the boundaries in for the T10 format, it's always a good chance of getting yourself for 4. Whereas this one went up high, but not quite enough hang time for long off. Chris Tebb to add another cracking catch to his collection. Sajal Gets his second 6 of the over. Now, do you stick or twist? That's the problem. It's been a good over. Slashed. But he's got enough. He'll get 4. So 19 off the over. Sajal up to 29 off 13. Harsha back for second over. His first over ended. Oh no, bear with me, sorry. Over eager myself, misidentified the bowler. So that tasty 5th over. It's got the target down to 34 needed from 30. It's gone high, but it's landing safely in between the infield and outfield. Too far for the fielders to scamper in. Got Rakshit bowling now. A lot of loopy spin on display. Could have been 2. But Brendan was quite happy to give up at 1. It's not looking like it will cost his team. They're on top at the moment, but make sure to be ruthless. Sajal says, let's use that energy you saved last ball. Make sure we get a quick single here. Over on the Scott Page field, if you click on the BCC channel, or it should be showing up as one of the suggested other options on your YouTube feed. There's the 3rd place playoff. Chris Tebb's given up on the game. Come over to harass me. No, I have escaped. He's just getting some water. Stephen coming on for a bowl here. The Norwegians well on top, needing 27 from 23, but Still got to get the runs. Lucky to sneak an extra one there. That could easily have been a wicket. Somehow escaped Nathan behind the stumps. He managed to get a quick bye. Smashed out to cover, but the sweeper there keeps it down to a comfortable single. Was the tempter. I would if I could. It's not gone too far, fortunately, but... Chris, 6 or a 4? I wasn't paying attention. Bear with me. I was paying too much attention on where the ball went, not where it landed. Tebby helps to clear things up for the umpire. That was a 6er. Now the ball from the other field, it comes to me. Cracking connection.
Keep working your boys, keep working your boys. Some more shots here, Steve. Oh, come on, here, Steve. Keep coming, here, Steve.
Tries to fire that one in, goes down leg side. That's the thing in these limited overs these days. No margin for error when you push it down leg. Oh, he shuffled across. Trusted his hand-eye coordination. And he was right to. Nicely flicked into the leg side. And Brendan finally catching up a bit. It's a beautiful 6 that he hit in that over, and it's put Swicewell on top. The Norwegian team just needing 16 from the last 3 overs now, under a run a ball. So, new bowler coming on. Sunny, a bit of left arm around the wicket. Been good with the bat in this tournament, Sunny. Fires down a decent spin ball there, so a few more of those and pressure will build. 16 off 17 needed for the Norwegians. Ah, nice bowling, nice bowling. Good pickup as well. Hard to deny a single there. Got a nice little ring of offside fielders trying to stop the single, stop the boundary. Yeah, it's good bowling. But this is always the problem, isn't it? Can you put 6 balls, 6 good balls together? These batsmen have shown they can bludgeon it when needed. When they pick up what the bowler is doing and his pace, they like to smash it over the boundary for 6. But Sunny keeping them honest. Played with a nice straight bat. Calmly down to long off. could be 2, should have been possibly taking it a little easy, which, you know, they are ahead, just a run of ball needed. But if you turn down extras, you could leave yourself with a little bit too much to do. Looks like Punit is coming on, another left arm spinner. He's coming over the wickets. 2 overs left now. Norwegian team need 11. You back them from here. Still got 9 wickets to come. Presumably some decent batsmen still there, but they're just calmly knocking it off in singles. And at some point, if it keeps going like this, Darjeeling are going to have to try and plug some gaps. Punit coming into Brendan. Low full toss. Didn't get all of it by any means. Just strokes out to deep mid wicket. Another single. 10 needed from 11. No, 9 needed from 10 now. Yeah, it's just hard to stem the flow. 8 needed from 9. There is some hitting going on from the Bohemians. Every time I look up, the ball's racing to the boundary. But they've got quite a target to chase. 121 from Chemnitz. You can catch that 3rd place playoff on the Scott Page field. Here on the Banks field, these 2 teams playing for 5th in the tournament. And the Norwegians, Swice, look to be on their way, but there's a dot. Well. 7 from 7. Both batsmen have been going along at a rate of knots, so you'd have thought a boundary is not beyond them, but been content with singles in the last couple of overs. Well, that should do it. That was a great connection from Brendan there. Just as the pressure was building a touch, deposits it over the boundary, and now the scores are tied. And they need 1 run to win. Jason says, I believe it's Jason? Yeah. Jason says, why not? Bring me on, Skip. What's the worst that can happen? Wicket time. All fielders come in. Harsha trudging in from long off. That's the worst that can happen. Throws down a horrible wide. You really couldn't not call that. And that's the game. Congratulations to the Norwegian team, Swice. Been a great contributor to the tournament. They will take 5th place home with them back to Norway. Darjeeling travelled all the way over from the Emirates, enjoying a great weekend, catching up with their old mate Chris Tebb, our current club member. Congratulations to both teams, and that'll be the end of action over on the Banks field. So thank you for joining us over the last couple of days. We hope you've enjoyed the tournament. Move over to the Scott Page field now, and you'll see the end of the 3rd place playoff. Bohemians are off to a rip-roaring start in their pursuit of a big target. And then after that will come the grand final between Berlin Cricket Academy and Vienna's Army. So stick with us. Move over to the Scott Page field now. For the Banks field, that is the end of the action. So thank you for joining us. Thank you. Is there anything I can help with packing? Or?
I now want to move this camera to this field. Maybe we will need a little bit make something with it because it's in the final view. But